that's specific to professional basketball players. And in fact, one can make the argument that, addiction is the big problem here, in the sense that why would you put your intergenerational wealth and $24 million salary at risk here to get a couple of bucks? So, that's out there, and certainly that's something to be thinking about. But I think the bigger picture here, as you're pointing to, Joe, is that you have all these players, and I think what's happened in recent years is that the players themselves are brands. So people are following the players, and they understand that these are individual actors in an ecosystem. And so if there are some bad actors, if Chauncey Billups gets pulled into something, he's a phenomenal Detroit Piston icon, certainly a world champion. If he gets pulled into something, that's one independent agent that's perhaps doing something, and fans can dismiss that because they understand that there are lots of sort of parts here. And the important thing for Adam Silver to realize is that he's got to get ahead of this and basically tell the story that the league is very serious about this, validate the concerns, and talk about the plan to make sure that this gets rooted out.
Yeah, maybe we can just realize that with how much people gamble now, and the way you can gamble with, instantaneous, that was never possible before. I mean, it goes back all the way to early
CNBC,
obviously.
don't stand up for him. Who really gives a shit?
Mob involvement back then, too. But maybe this should be expected. Since you got prop bets, or you can bet whether someone's going to hit a free throw while it's happening. So, are there other sports where it's as easy to do that with? Do you think, Americans? It seems
Horse racing, my friend.
You can't really gauge whether you're going to hit a home run or not hit a home run. I mean, it's so rare. Or I guess you could flub a ground ball or something, but it just seems more difficult to do this. It seems like basketball is just set up for where it's easier to do something like this. Is that true?
No.
I think that's a fair point, Joe, and I think that I don't think any of the other professional sports are amenable to this sort of problem. The question is whether basketball, this is more potentially prevalent or easier to do in basketball. I think is an interesting point. I think the bigger point that to zoom out on is to say that this is where the league can get into trouble because they have legal betting partners that they operate with, and so you're walking that fine line between what should we tolerate here in terms of what's
called karma.
Not legal. Obviously, you can't tolerate illegality, but you have to sort of put your foot down and say, hey, we need to root this out.
I put my foot down. I'm tying my shoes right now.
I shouldn't talk. I say this was tens of millions of dollars. I bet tens of dozens of pennies on things, but I get sick if I'm betting $5 or something, and
You're addicted to gambling?
Put me in a bad mood.
I think we need to have an investigation on Joe.
When I have a party, I could win like $90 or something.
Because he could be doing that with stocks.
I'm not getting a bet. I might stop, Americus. Maybe that's. Do you have a DraftKings account, Americus?
I do. I do not do, but I love the fact that you're a walking intervention billboard here for those that are struggling perhaps with this, something to take a look at. Because you said,
I'm going to let, if I start going up where it starts becoming
Okay.
material,
I'm here.
At this point, literally, it's tens of dozens of pennies. But and I love doing it. So I don't want things to go south from here, Americans. Thank you. Maybe they won't. We'll have you back and talk more about this. Thanks.
Telling me like you're in a heap of shit.
Thank you all. Let's get to Becky. She has ventured outside into Times Square with the Tesla sidekick.
Yeah, we have this
free candy.
Optimus robot out here. He's giving free candy out, and
Oh, Becky Quick, out on the street.
Hi, how are you, dude? Good to see you, man. Oh, high five, air five. Oh, good. High five. Boom, boom. I'm not allowed to touch, I'm told. But could I have some candy? Could I have candy? Please? Thank you, man. Woo! Thank you very much. By the way, these are gummies. I'm told there's no THC in them. We're out here with Optimus, and we have the
Smooch.
cyber cab. This is going to be like it's actually pretty cool. You guys need to see a side picture of this. Joe, you'll
I
like
love
it
you.
better. Andrew, from the side. Okay, they just put the
You mean
the
everything to
windows
me,
down,
Becky
the
Quick.
doors down, but it actually looks pretty cool. And I have to give a big shout out to the wheels. Those are nice
Oh,
rims.
yeah, they are.
And the windows are really big in front, Joe, so I guess you can't see behind you. I would love to have a mirror, but there is a giant inside screen, so maybe you can see what's going on behind you from that, I would imagine, maybe?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Andrew, this is what's out here. You've probably already seen this in person, Andrew, I don't know, but,
I've seen
this is what we're getting ready for with all of this. Yeah.
I'm so excited about it, but when you're talking to the robot, do you think, does the robot know everything you're saying? How's it working so far?
Do you know everything I'm saying, robot? He's shaking his head. I don't know. I'm not sure if he actually does. Okay, wait, give me an air 5. Can I have an air 5? Woo! Okay, hey, give me high 5 down low. Too slow. Too low. That's pretty good. Okay, he is playing along a little with this.
That's
Optimistic, yeah, I appreciate it.
Ask him if he has explicit instructions to never harm a human being.
Oh, this
That's
is
the
good,
Isaac-
yes.
That's the Isaac
Isaac Asimov, right.
So ask him,
Would you ever harm me
punch your arm.
or any other human? Did you just not? Oh, no, okay, no. That's much better. He says no, he thought about it for a second, and he said no.
I don't like his,
Don't
I don't
lie.
like his looks, to be honest with you. I don't trust him as far as, I'm gonna try these gummies though, but.
Yeah.
Oh, all
Oh,
right.
could I have more gummies for Joe? Could I have a second set of, could I have more gummies? Is that okay? Okay, I'll bring you your own, because I'm not giving you mine.
It's a little slow.
This is amazing.
Thank you very much. These are for Joe. Andrew, I'll save you a pack for later.
I love you, Becky.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is amazing, Becky. And we're gonna, by the way.
I love you,
we're gonna be
Becky.
talking all things Tesla this morning, from robots and robo taxis to, yes, Elon Musk's pay package, because we've got Tesla's board chair, Robin Denholm. She's going to join us for the first on CNBC interview. It's going to happen at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning as we hit the break. Check out Tesla's stock performance over the last 5 years. It's up more than 200%.
You got a problem with that? All right. I can tell it's going to be a great day today. I'm Washboardjim with a sneaky snake trading strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Yes, if you have a meta page, type in Washboardjim, just WASHBOARDJIM with no spacing, and you'll see how much of a magnificent trader I am. And that is on Meta AI. I dare you. Where's Butler, Missouri at? If you see that, they're still available. What do we got here? Oh, 2x6s. I sneeze. Oh my God. Oh, I forgot to do my checking account this weekend. I didn't even think about it. So I gotta do that tonight. I hand it in. What is it? Today's the 27th. Yeah. Do it today night, bring it tomorrow. Each bundle is $50. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That ain't right. What? We will load the flatbed trailer if you must have a trailer to haul them. There's no way. Each bundle is $50? Ah. There's got to be a misprint. Or somebody's pulling on my leg. I mean, if that thing's worth $50, I'll buy it. I'm turning that into siding. They are available. No way.
Travel disruptions, the government shutdown leading to thousands of flight delays, ground stops, and air traffic controller shortages. We're going to talk to former FAA Administrator Randy Babbitt about how critical the situation is.
It's very critical.
That is next.
Democrats are causing havoc.
Right back.
It's got to be stopped. And I've never advocated for a government opening, but come on. I mean, we get no signs that the government's going to open. Usually you kind of know, but I'm not going to, I do not want to pay for illegals' health care. Period. Belch. Not until the Democrats say yes, they're in here just for the vote. You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Know when to walk away, know when to run. I'll be waiting for you, Kenny. Da-da-da-dee-dee-dee. Well, I'm about ready to go do my job. Hope everybody had a blessed weekend and got some good rest. I'm all excited. There's a bunch of 2x4 pallet
The government
of
shutdown
boards.
leading to air travel disruptions. More than 8,000 flights were delayed across the country yesterday. Air traffic control staffing issues were reported at 22 locations over the weekend. Joining us right now to discuss it is former FAA Administrator Randy Babbitt. And
Randy!
How dire is the situation at this point? Are Americans who are flying less safe?
Well, it's in real bad shape.
It's a tough situation, and the worst part is it's self-accelerating.
Exactly.
The more we ask people to deserve more overtime, working 10, 12, 15-hour shifts, they can't keep doing that. So
Nope.
they have to call in, which just exacerbates the shortage.
And
Exacerbates.
people who are asking to come into work every day, but we're not paying them. These are people who get paid, I think, on a monthly basis. Most government workers do.
Oh, they do?
Miss their first full paycheck come this Friday. What does it look like at that point? What have we seen? I mean, this is already the second longest shutdown we've ever seen. But what happens next from the perspective of how much you expect to see more fallout?
Well, I would unfortunately imagine that if
Usually-
this continues, it will simply get
Usually a lot of my liberal friends will complain about a government shutdown, but they're not this time. And I don't, because they know they can't blame the GOP for this one, except my sister. They're going to take away my SNAP.
Transportation Secretary said that
he is now seeing people who are dropping out of these training schools for this, saying, why am I doing this? Why am I going through this process if there's the chance that I'm not going to get paid over something like a government shutdown?
Exactly,
Yeah,
baby.
That's a problem, and I suspect, well, nobody has clean hands here, but.
Yes, they do.
Who's going to be paid is like.
You liar. The GOP has clean hands.
Others are not, and I personally think that this is a pretty important sector of our government, since when you consider the contribution to our economy, what this transportation system provides.
How do you see a way out of this at this point, or at all? And again, back to that original question, are we less safe traveling at this point, or is this simply
Go to the voting
a
booth
situation where
and
you
vote
deal with
GOP.
frustrations and potential delays?
I think you will. It's an incredibly complex system and interdependent, and when one area begins to have a problem, it multiplies. Example would be if the weather, was difficult in the New York area, busy area, and you had shortages there. Well, that's going to back up into the system. You're going to have ground holds, ground stops, flights get delayed.
Very important.
Crews become illegal. The flight crews, they can't just fly endlessly. And if they're 2 hours late, well, that means that's 2 hours they're not going to fly somewhere else today. So it's a self-multiplying problem, unfortunately. And I think the solution would be, the first step would be pay the people that are doing the work they're doing, and put some of this behind us.
But back to that original question, though, are you less safe flying today than you would have been a month ago?
No,
I'd say we are.
The good news of the system is it's built around safety, and when we don't have enough employees, whether the airline is short of crews, whether the controller shortages are there, you simply just bring the system down, and you may see that. You may see that you just accept the fact we're only going to run 70% of the flights because that's safety.
Last week, we saw a situation with Alaska Airlines where they had to shut down thousands of their flights, I think, because of a computer outage. There was a technology outage that they faced, and that seems to be a problem that we've seen more and more frequently. Do you have concerns about that?
Well, yeah, not a concern, an operational concern. If they're holding the company, I would be worried. But what the biggest issue is, these airlines have incredibly complex, interwoven computer systems. They track the crew legality, passengers, weight and balance, all the things that need to be done. And there's hundreds of these systems. And if one of them has a problem, unfortunately, it's like a virus. It will spread throughout the system to the point that you're either going to have to fix it or bring the system down.
I'm here.
Manually.
Randy Babbitt, former FAA administrator. Thank you, Randy, for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
I can't believe I slept till 5:30.
Government shutdown with Democratic Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. That's coming up at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
Gotta know when to hold him. Everybody knows where support is. Yeah, Trump says that Canada has been ripping off the United States for years. He will not meet with a Canadian Prime Minister. Oh, God. Yep. It is now 6:48 a.m. here in Springfield, Missouri. Mister had a pop and a slight drop. And Baba, China. Hulk.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. French police have now made their first arrest in connection to the heist at the Louvre Museum. Prosecutors providing few details so far of the men who were detained, but said that one was intercepted before he could board a flight from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. Police can hold the men in custody apparently for up to 96 hours before deciding whether to bring preliminary charges against them or to release them. Last week, of course, four thieves used a truck-mounted lift to break into an upper gallery of that museum and steal 8 pieces of jewelry valued at more than $100 million. And it was like, I don't know, Ocean's 11 or something. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. And is it unfair that I was sort of rooting for them? I don't want to say I was rooting for them, but I was sort of just marveling at how this all happened, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Ocean's 11, except for they got caught pretty quickly. There was a statement that came out from the French police somewhere saying that they regretted that someone had too quickly announced the news, announced news that they had caught 2 of them because they haven't recovered the stolen
Right,
jewels
and if
yet.
we're
They
talking
haven't
about
most of them.
they have to be released in 96 hours if they're not charged, then that raises the possibility. I guess they're arranging for bail. They're asking whether they can use diamonds for
Or a
bail.
tiara?
Yeah, it's just, how about we
Madness
leave
tiara,
this?
does that work?
Yeah.
Brooch?
But I mean, if you think about it, they probably are gonna, the only way to fence it, I would think, would be to destroy the way that
My guess is there's some black market that we don't know about.
Even
There's
where-
somebody kooky who'd be willing to pay for.
put it in
no
there.
eyes
I've
at
got
all.
a guy. No.
I think they're gonna sell the, unfortunately, I think it means that they would try to fence everything individually, like big, beautiful diamonds, right? Diamonds, rubies, whatever it is. I don't know.
There were some sapphires, I think.
But I guess people I mean, art you can't do that with, and people steal art. And
Yeah.
they have it in like a private room and they show it
Oh,
to
look at
their
it.
friends.
Here it is. It's like Gollum, my precious.
Yeah, they're precious.
Okay, folks, when we come back, politics and the AI boom. The White House apparently isn't happy about the formation of a pro-AI super PAC with some big donors from Silicon Valley. We're going to have the latest on that next in a virtual break. Check out some of the mega cap tech stocks. Squawk Box coming right back. Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. NBCNews.com reporting that the White House, unhappy with some of the biggest names in AI, forming a super PAC to back Republican and Democratic candidates. That super PAC called Leading the Future would support what the group calls AI-friendly candidates. CNBC contributor Lebron has been doing some reporting of her own on all this. She joins us now with more this morning. What exactly is the super PAC after? And tell us a little bit about this sort of internal skirmish, if you will, taking place with the White House.
Look, I think there is some inherent tension here between the White House and the super PAC, because the super PAC's strategy in order to really create lasting, sustainable federal framework for AI, which is what they're after ultimately, has to be bipartisan, right? So there is some inherent tension there, but just to throw a little bit of water on this justifiably, everyone I've spoken to has really downplayed those tensions, because this is really modeled, partly because this is really modeled after what we saw with crypto, with the Fair Shake Super PAC, which was really, really effective and also took a bipartisan approach. You know, if you remember, we had 18 Democrats in the Senate vote for the Genius Act, passed with flying colors, because of that. And so this is a really similar approach. And, it's the same administration in the White House. They clearly supported what we saw with crypto. So there's that. The other piece here is that, I spoke to one donor, by the way, who told me this has to be a bipartisan issue. It has to be a bipartisan approach in order to, again, be effective and sustainable, but that they personally are really only supporting Republicans. And while there are Democrats that are involved here, and again, they're taking, more holistically a bipartisan approach, I do think that there's going to be, just given the politics here and the leanings of various candidates that we're seeing, I do think there's going to be a little bit of a Republican slant here, which again is what we saw with crypto. Fair Shake supported both candidates on both sides of the aisle, but when it came to opposition dollars, it really only went against Democratic candidates who they saw as anti-crypto.
What exactly, to the extent that this group wants a form of regulation, what does that form of regulation look like?
I mean, it's not so dissimilar to what we've seen in the past from the tech industry with social media, again with crypto. What they want to avoid is, first of all, a patchwork of state laws, which, despite some efforts earlier on, states currently can set their own laws, and they're certainly moving forward with that. So one key difference with this super PAC versus Fair Shake is that they are going to be really, really focused on state elections in addition to the federal side of things. And that was different with Fair Shake. The other thing here is, they say kind of an AI first, America first agenda. They don't want to be slowed down. They don't want a moratorium on progress as they see it. What does that look like in the details? That's still kind of TBD, but those are kind of two of the critical things. And they really do see it, again, the people I've spoken to, as very aligned with the current White House strategy, with the current White House approach to AI.
Where do they land on things like liability and copyright? So liability, for example, I don't know if you've been following Robbie Starbuck, who's been a bit of an activist investor type, recently sued Google, this after suing Meta earlier, because effectively Google was, he argued, slandering him by attaching him to all sorts of things. So when you typed in his name into Gemini, you'd get results back that would suggest he had done all sorts of awful things that he didn't do. Would the regulations allow for any kind of liability in that kind of instance? And then what about us creators in terms of the copyright for what we're doing that's getting ingested into these systems and then getting respit out?
Yeah, right now the super PAC really haven't said yet where they stand on any of these really, really critical issues. I think that's going to be evident by who they end up supporting and who they end up opposing, which, by the way, they haven't disclosed that yet either. That's still TBD also. I will say, and this is probably indicative of where they stand on a lot of these issues that you're pointing to, which have still, really, really do need to be worked out soon, is that probably the real rift is between some of the backers of the super PAC and the kind of the Anthropic camp, and some of the news that we've seen there, which is taking a very different approach to what they see as the regulatory path ahead. And I think in general, what this super PAC is really against is kind of like what they see as the doomers. That's really broad. I know it doesn't answer your question, but they really haven't disclosed the details quite yet.
Okay, I want to thank you for waking up early on the West Coast, for your reporting. It's fascinating stuff for you to keep our eyes on. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You bet. Becky?
Thanks, Andrew. It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. And among our top stories this morning, President Trump announcing an additional 10% tariff on Canadian goods after a TV ad from Ontario used edited audio of Ronald Reagan criticizing tariffs. The president calling the ads fraudulent and blasting Ontario for waiting until after the first 2 games of the World Series to pause that ad. Novartis is buying biotech company Avidity Biosciences for $12 billion, paying $72 a share in cash. Avidity develops experimental drugs to help treat rare diseases. And we are tracking Hurricane Melissa in the Caribbean. It has strengthened to a Category 5 overnight with sustained winds of 160 miles an hour. Jamaica, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic are bracing for 15 to 30 inches of rain. There's a lot of concern about mudslides resulting from that as well, and we will continue to watch this. In the meantime, President Trump arriving in Tokyo earlier this morning after signing trade and mineral agreements with Malaysia and Cambodia and frameworks for trade deals with Thailand and Vietnam. Our Eamon Javers joins us right now. He has more on the progress and what to expect later this week. Eamon?
Yeah, good morning, Becky. President Trump arrived in Japan this morning after that whirlwind weekend that he spent in Malaysia. The president reached a trade and mineral deals with Malaysia and Cambodia, and he set up frameworks for trade agreements with Thailand and Vietnam during the course of that trip. Now, in Tokyo, the president began with what they call a courtesy visit with the Emperor of Japan, and he's later going to have a meeting with the new Japanese Prime Minister, Sana Takaichi, who is the first woman to hold that role in Japan. Now, on Air Force One, President Trump spoke extensively with reporters, but he said he didn't want to share details of what officials are calling a framework economic agreement between the U.S. and China that could be signed by President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping later this week.
I don't want to tell you what the understanding is, because what we understood yesterday or 2 days ago or even today is not going to be necessarily what it's going to be in 2 days. I mean, we're going to have a great talk. I have a lot of respect for President Xi. I like him a lot. He likes me a lot, I believe, and respects me, and I think he respects our country.
So the president there suggesting it's a bit of a moving target in terms of what the actual agreement is. And speaking to NBC's Kristen Welker, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent yesterday sounded an optimistic note on those Chinese negotiations, arguing that the president's tariff threat has helped to get to a deal.
President Trump gave me a great deal of negotiating leverage with the threat of the 100% tariffs on November 1st, and I believe we've reached a very substantial framework that will avoid that and allow us to discuss many other things with the Chinese.
Now, in addition to those political meetings with leaders in Japan, the president is also expected to attend an event with business leaders there. The White House has not provided a list of attendees, but guys, it is expected to be a who's who of the business elite in Asia. Back over to you.
Okay, Eamon, thank you very much. That's our Eamon Javers.
All right, let's check the futures where things are really like accelerating from already very high levels. 329 points now indicated on the NASDAQ in terms of additional gains. Take a quick look at the Treasury yield curve. You see 4.02 on the 10-year. Oil, based on some of the new sanctions for Russia, back above 6-day oil. Gold, down again today, but still above 4,000, but down 2%. And Bitcoin made a big move over the weekend on sort of a risk on from the news out of China. Now back above 115,000. For more on the markets, let's get to Mike Santoli at the New York Stock Exchange. And I don't know if I'd call it a melt up yet, but it's accelerating higher at this point from, it was already looking pretty good after last week.
Yeah, Joe, after Friday's move higher, we did break above that 2-week range that we had in the S&P 500. Now, I guess the question is, what was accomplished during that 9 days of sideways trading after we had that 1-day drop on October 10th? Well, the momentum sector of the market, some of the speculative froth did have a sharp reversal to the downside. You had a little bit of a rethink of what we should expect in the way of ultimate trade agreements. Bond yield stayed subdued. We have cemented the idea for a Fed rate cut late this week. And then I think that CPI on Friday, and then even this report of some kind of a framework deal with China is much more just releasing the market to focus on big tech earnings. That's why you do see the NASDAQ leadership here. Everybody assumes final 2 months of the year are going to play the script, which means an upside bias. We'll see if that does play out, if we've got enough of a reset during those 2 weeks to really set the scene for something like that. Take a look here at how stocks have performed this year, across the world. We have these trade agreements happening. This is the Chinese market up some 35%. This is the ACWX is all equity markets in the world outside the U.S. It's outperforming the S&P. Of course, the S&P is having a very good year. This is all a catch-up move, because if you look at any longer time frame, obviously the S&P 500 has trounced the rest of the world. So there's been this kind of mean reversion. A lot of spending has been catalyzed by U.S. trade policies outside the U.S., and that seems to be feeding into their equity markets as well. Take a look, finally, semiconductors versus home builders. I've tracked this for quite a long time, and you see how this is a 3-year chart. So for most of the last 3 years, they were kind of basically, in sync with one another. And now you have very much a semis, AI-focused strength in this market. Housing remains kind of hamstrung. This is the home builders, ITB. And that's one of these issues I think we might have to contend with is, are we going to be able to tolerate signs of softness in parts of the consumer cyclicals in the U.S. if we just believe it's a prelude to an acceleration in 2026, which is a lot of what the street is banking on. We'll see what maybe Fed Chair Powell has to say about that on Friday, guys.
You monitoring earning revisions and the like, Mike?
Yeah.
I've been arguing
It's all
that
moving the right direction.
it is, right?
Yeah, so massive earnings beats. Now, the full year is kind of coming in line with, I guess, a little bit below where we expected at the beginning of the year, but well above where we thought we were going to be in late summer. So I think also 2026, there's always next year. I think that's basically the way Wall Street works. Unless forced to rethink the idea of double-digit earnings growth in the subsequent year, it's not going to do that. That's becoming the denominator for the market, which is above $300 in S&P earnings, which is helping to support where valuations are.
Right. Yeah, if we don't have it next year, if for some reason we didn't have next year, then there'd be no reason to worry about any of this.
Exactly.
Right now. That's like if the end of the world's tomorrow, your trades won't even settle. You might as well do whatever you want, right?
So, yeah, take the risk, yeah.
See you later, Mike. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, we got some news this morning about a letter to shareholders from Tesla's board chair, Robin Denholm. In it, Denholm writes the following: the fundamental question for shareholders at this year's annual meeting is simple. Do you want to retain Elon as Tesla's CEO and motivate him to drive Tesla to become the leading provider of autonomous solutions and the most valuable company in the world, she asks. If we fail to foster an environment that motivates Elon to achieve great things through an equitable pay-for-performance plan, we run the risk that he gives up his executive position and Tesla may lose his time, talent, and vision, which have been essential to delivering extraordinary shareholder returns. We're going to be speaking to Robin Denholm in a first on CNBC interview about all of this in less than 30 minutes. The gauntlet's been thrown down here. The threat really is that Elon Musk could no longer be the CEO of this company if, in fact, shareholders were to block this compensation package. I know it's been controversial, but we're going to talk about all of this with her. And as you were just seeing there in Times Square, that live look, let's show them again. It's unbelievable. The Optimus robot and the Cybercab, of course, the Optimus robot, a lot of people super excited about that, but with the idea that this may very well be the future of Tesla and that company. We've got a lot more coming up on the show this morning. Senator Ruben Gallego is going to be with us on the shutdown battle. We'll talk to him. Squawk Box comes right back.
Some developing news on the government shutdown. The country's largest union representing federal workers is now calling for lawmakers to pass a short-term spending measure to end the government shutdown immediately. In a statement shared with NBC News, the head of the American Federation of Government Employees urging Congress to pass a clean continuing resolution that would allow continued debate on other issues after employees get back to work. That's the position that Republican lawmakers have been advocating since the beginning. The union president saying both political parties have made their point and there is still no clear end in sight. He urges both sides to stop playing the blame game and pay workers for the wages that they've earned. By the way, I think this is different than some of the unions had said initially as this started out, but this has dragged on for so long and you are seeing these workers go without pay.
Yep.
And that is a big pressure point.
And maybe we can do something, but I don't know what's happening. Why not? Joining us now, Arizona Democrat Senator Ruben Gallego. Senator, it's good to have you on. You've got a bill. Senator Johnson had a bill. Did both of them fail to pass at this point? Have I got that right?
Yeah, I mean, actually, ours didn't fail to pass. The Republicans refused to hear it and led it to the floor. Instead of debating it and actually putting to a vote, they stopped it altogether. And our bill is actually very clean and simple, which is give everybody, every employee that's a government employee right now that is not being paid, pay while we work this out.
The other bill, I guess the criticism, did you agree with that from Democrats that it gave President Trump too much leeway on which ones to pay, or why did that not pass?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, because it gave the president the power to decide which employee was essential or not. And let's be honest, this president is quite temperamental. He acts like a child. He's very petty. And if you give him that power, he would use it in a petty, temperamental, childlike way.
Senator, I guess the critics of Democrats would say it's similar here. You're talking about a clean bill. The continuing resolution is a clean bill, a clean resolution, same as the one that was in March. And all along, it looked like that was going to be sufficient to get enough votes to pass, and it's just not.
I'm sorry, to who?
Democrats are demanding negotiation. Demanding negotiation on other issues, on more appropriations.
No, we're demanding a very simple thing. We want to make sure that Americans, 24 million Americans, do not see their insurance premiums doubled. In Arizona, we're talking about 500,000 people that are going to see their insurance premiums doubled, in addition to all the inflation they're dealing with right now. 4 million Americans are likely just to not buy health insurance. That's the demand here. I think what you're talking about are just like the other points that Republicans try to do to distract from the fact they're about to raise premiums on 24 million Americans.
Well, they're not, by not extending it, it would go up. But what's the 1.5 trillion, Senator? You could extend those. For 1 year, you could extend the Obamacare subsidies for $40 billion. For 10 years, you could do it for $345. You're asking for 1.5.
I'm sorry. Are you an insurance broker? I'm sorry. Are you an insurance broker? Are you an insurance broker?
That's not germane to this, Senator. Are you an insurance broker?
Because 1 year.
Are you an insurance broker?
No, but I actually understand why would I first go talk to them, right? The reason we just don't go for 1 year. This is my point to this is that for 1 year, the premiums may not set at the point that it's not going to raise premiums to double what we're worried about. Now, if we actually go and talk to insurance brokers, we talk to the industry, we talk to insurance regulators, and say, for 1 year, if you say extend the program for 1 year, insurance premiums won't double, absolutely, right? This is all about keeping costs low. That's the one thing I focus on, so I think Democrats are focused on. What we don't want to do is put ourselves in a situation where right now, where inflation is high, cost of everything aside, food, housing, we're now seeing auto loans, the largest amount of default ever. We're not going to go and just summarily just raise insurance premiums on Americans when we know that there's a smart way for us to do it. Now, I'm not saying there has to be a full extension. I'm not saying that we actually have to give everybody the same amount of premiums subsidies that we have in the past, but we have to actually think about this in a smart, tactful way so that way Americans do not see their insurance premiums double. So someone just throwing out, well, let's just do it for a year. We don't know if that's the case. It may have to be 2 years, maybe 3 years at a minimum, so that way there's at least an off-ramp for Americans so they don't actually see their insurance rates jump.
What's in the 1.5 trillion? You could do it for 10 years, Senator, for $345 billion. What's in the 1.5 trillion that Democrats are demanding to open the government, and this is unheard of.
We're not demanding anything. This is just a Republican talking point. All I want is for the ACA to be extended for Americans, so 24 million people do not get their premiums doubled. That's what I'm asking for.
For how long?
I don't care. We can do a CR. We can keep it as long as we can negotiate with the Republicans. If the Republicans can come up with a good plan that is, again, does not get permanency, I think that's gone. Look, Republicans control the government. There's, the White House, Senate, and the House of Representatives. I have to actually deal with that reality. But what I want to make sure is that Americans do not suddenly get a huge bill starting January 1st. And that's
Don't you need to open the government to negotiate? Don't you need to reopen the government to do that? If Republicans shut down the government next time Democrats are in charge to extract whatever it is that they happen to want, are you saying that's okay? Are you saying that's okay if they do that?
I mean, the Republicans have done this quite a while, yes. Yeah,
what did you say about it? What did you say about it when they did it?
I don't know, and I don't care. What matters is, again, about 24 million Americans. What I care about 24 million Americans, 24 million families have an opportunity to actually live the American dream and not have their insurance rates doubled overnight because the government refuses to act. Again, we can negotiate right now. By the way, how can I negotiate? The president's in Asia for 5 days. Johnson's basically keeping his the House of Representatives out till January to stop, and protect pedophiles. So who am I negotiating with right now? The other person I'm talking to right now is everyday Americans who are worried that they're going to have their insurance rates doubled overnight because Republicans refuse to act. So they're screwing up on tariffs, they're raising inflation, and now they're going to go ahead and raise your premiums.
The Republicans are refusing to be blackmailed and held hostage into what Democrats want. Mike Johnson doesn't need to do anything.
But Democrats, that's what I want is 24 million Americans. I want 24 million Americans to have inflation. No,
okay,
24 million Americans want their insurance. Want healthy and affordable insurance.
I appreciate it.
You too. Have a good one.
Okay.
Have me back.
All right, up next, members of Congress calling foul on the NBA, and they are looking for answers. We've got the details of that story next. Plus, robots in New York. Let's take a look at a live shot right outside of our studio here at the NASDAQ. This is Tesla's Optimus humanoid robot. The company is getting ready for its shareholder meeting next week and is showing off some of its new technology. Optimus is handing out Halloween candy to passersby in Times Square this morning. Tesla's chair, Robin Denholm, is going to be here to talk all about it. She's going to talk about how important this meeting is. She just put out a letter this morning basically saying if you want to incentivize Elon Musk and keep him engaged, shareholders have to pass this referendum. Squawk Box will be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Futures look solid this morning. You can see being led really by the NASDAQ, but the S&P is getting close. It's not 7,000 yet, but anybody that made that prediction at one point looked like they were going to be way off, and it's really not too far away at this point. Regional bank deal news. Huntington Bank shares is buying Cadence Bank for $39.77 a share in stock. Total transaction value is $7.4 billion. It will give Huntington about $276 billion in additional assets. Andrew.
Thanks, Bill. Meantime, members of Congress asking NBA Commissioner Adam Silver for a briefing by Halloween. That's when they want it to take place on the league's gambling scandal. The bipartisan letter coming after several former NBA players and coaches arrested in 2 separate gambling investigations. Silver has said he is, quote, deeply disturbed by the allegations. Congress is requesting answers on specific areas of the NBA's code of conduct and whether or not the NBA will reevaluate the terms of its partnerships with sports betting companies. So we're going to keep our eyes on that story, Becky.
I guess they want the briefing just to be mailed to them since they're not in session. Not gonna have to speak before them.
That's a good question. Maybe it'll be over Zoom, but maybe that would mean you have to be working. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, Janice Henderson says that it has received a non-binding acquisition proposal from the Trian Fund and General Catalyst. The company says that its board will appoint a special committee to consider that proposal. Trian first disclosed that it had taken a stake in Janice Henderson back in 2020, and if you're looking at that stock, it's up by almost 13% this morning.
Coming up next, after this, Tesla taking over Times Square this morning. It's quite the sight, but we've got the interview of the morning. Tesla board chair Robin Denholz is going to be our special guest. First on CNBC, it's going to happen after the break. We're going to talk about AI, robots, and yes, Elon Musk's big compensation package and her view on what shareholders should do. We're coming right back after this. Squawk Box. This morning, we've got a big interview for you. Tesla's annual shareholder meeting is next week, where investors in the company will vote on a new pay package for CEO Elon Musk that could grant him nearly $1 trillion more in stock. And joining us first right now on CNBC is Tesla's board chair, Robin Denholm, and we're thrilled to have her and the entire Tesla operation outside there with the Optimus robot, robo-taxis, and everything else. Robin, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Great to see you as well, Andrew.
So help us understand, we just saw what you put out this morning, effectively saying that shareholders need to vote in favor of this compensation plan to compensate Elon Musk and to make sure that he remains the CEO of the company. Make the argument to us, for us, in part because I should note that, you know, some of the firms like ISS and Glass Lewis, these government firms, have actually told shareholders the opposite. They've said, vote against this plan. There have been others that have said that effectively Elon Musk is holding the shareholders hostage. You've been with your board sitting discussing this, and you believe that this is in the best interest of shareholders. Why?
Well, Tesla's in a transformative stage at this point in time where we're leaning in very heavily to the AI space in terms of both the vehicles, in terms of FSD, but also in terms of Optimus and the robots, as you can see here in New York today. And so for us, it's we sat back as a board and actually determined that this is the right time to lean into that transformation and for Elon to lead that transformation. And we then formed a special committee to actually determine what the right incentive program was to have him motivated to deliver unprecedented value for shareholders over this next decade.
And so what do you tell shareholders who say, this just seems like too much money? He's already incentivized, he owns a big chunk of the company already. I mean, that would be the pushback, right?
Well, it's a performance plan. If he doesn't perform against the milestones, both in terms of the market cap and the operational milestones, he actually gets nothing. He doesn't get any salary or any equity unless he actually performs and achieves the milestones that are in the plan. That is the basis of this performance plan.
Look, you know, I've argued this is the greatest pay-for-performance plan that exists, as was the previous one, which was struck down. I want you to listen to this. This was Elon Musk addressing the upcoming vote during a call last week on the quarterly results call, where he discusses some of this.
I just don't feel comfortable building a robot army here and then you know, being ousted because of some asinine recommendations from ISS and Glass Lewis who have no freaking clue. I mean, those guys are corporate terrorists. And the problem, yeah, so let me explain the core problem here is that so many of the index funds, the passive funds, vote along the lines of whatever Glass Lewis and ISS recommend. Now, they've made many terrible recommendations.
So, Robin, how much of this is about incentivizing Elon? Because it sounds like to me more than anything, he believes that he actually worries about AI in the future and wants to have greater control of the company. And how, I'm curious, the board thinks about that.
Yes, he's been very consistent in that view in terms of having enough influence over the vote of Tesla in the future so that bad things can't happen with the AI. So it's less about compensation and more about the voting influence in terms of this. And that was very clear as we were negotiating from a special committee perspective in terms of this performance package. And if there was a way of delivering the vote without the actual compensation, we would have done that. But from our perspective, there was no way of doing that. So
can you do that with voting shares that have a super majority vote?
You can, but you can only put them in place before you IPO. And so that's why some of the other technology companies have those in place. But we had many experts advising us and having a look at that exact question. Could we do that? And we ultimately couldn't. So, but what we have done in the plan is we've bifurcated the voting rights versus the economic value. he doesn't get those economic values till at least year 7.5, even if he delivers them in the first 5 years. And so that's one of the features of this plan. Shareholders get their return much earlier than Elon would if he delivers against the plan. And secondly, it really does make sure that the economic value is an incentive for him to stay at the company and continue to deliver for quite some time in the future.
Hey, Robin, right now you've got a market cap at Tesla of north of $1.4 trillion. What would Tesla be worth without Elon Musk, do you think?
Yeah, well, that's the whole question, which is why we're asking shareholders to vote. We're at this important inflection point. There is nothing wrong with being just a car company. There are plenty of car companies out there. We think we deliver great cars out into the marketplace. But the opportunity for Tesla in the future, given this AI focus and attention and the unique capabilities that we have as an organization and that Elon brings to us, really does mean that the opportunity for the company ahead of us is significant. And so, and that's how this performance plan has been put together.
Do you think it's worth half what it's worth right now, without him?
It's very hard to tell, but there is definitely a premium there because of the unique capability that he brings to the company and the opportunity that we have as a company ahead of us.
Robin,
one of the questions
be an
that
old style company, I guess, Robin. Where I'm looking for some new models. I mean, if you're going to that, you don't need a sexy new model for me, do you? But the first one was so great, the Model S, obviously, the style and everything about it.
Still a great car.
It is. Is there any way I can hope for some really cool, I don't know, is a Roadster, a new one coming?
It's on the roadmap.
It's on the roadmap. Do you have any, can you describe it to me? Is it bigger than a brand?
I'm not going to announce
But if you're doing all this, maybe you don't need to do what we've always done, a new Mustang, or you don't need the old way we think of American cars.
Yeah, I mean, Elon talked about that last week on the earnings
He did, yeah.
Leaning into FSD and actually AI in the vehicles has actually been the focus over this last period of time. The integration of that with a really purpose-built vehicle for autonomy is actually really important, which is why you see the Cybercab.
Yeah.
And again, the vehicles that we have on the road today are great vehicles using full self-driving as well.
Okay.
Hey, Robin, one of the questions that shareholders seem to ask is, how can you guarantee that you're going to be able to capture and get all of Elon's attention? Obviously, he's a renaissance man of sorts in that he has various interests and lots of different businesses, including SpaceX being the other biggest. And how much you think that you have to incentivize him economically to keep his eye on Tesla, or if it should be contractual? How have you thought about that distinction?
Yeah, I mean, I think the plan speaks for itself on that front. He can't deliver against the plan without the focus and attention. The goals that we have in the plan around market cap to get to $8.5 trillion, more than many companies out there combined today, is actually a significant set of goals that he has to achieve, and he has to actually focus on Tesla to achieve those. And so, and delivering the operational milestones, both in terms of products, but also in terms of a $400 billion EBITDA number, that is an enormous task for anyone. And for Elon, he is motivated by doing things that other people can't do or other companies can't do. And that was very much in the forefront of how we constructed the plan.
Robin, one of the other things you put on the table, which I actually imagine is partially to incentivize Elon as well, is the possibility of taking a stake in XAI, which of course is his other business connected to X. Of course, I shouldn't say of course, but given the way ISS and Glass Lewis and others have been pressing, they're saying this shouldn't happen, that this would be a conflict. How does the board think about that? Let's say that shareholders approve the idea of considering that stake. when you think about, to the extent there is a conflict, how do you think about it?
Yeah, well, firstly, it is a shareholder proposal, and what that means is that the company didn't put the proposal on the proxy. It was actually submitted by shareholders. We received a number of them, and actually this was the most common proposal around XAI, to take a minority stake or at least vote on that. We as a board want to hear shareholders' points of view. From our perspective, shareholder primacy is a very key principle that we've had on all of our topics, this one included. Now, that does not mean that as a board we would just do what the shareholder vote comes in at. We would then assess if it's a for vote to take a minority equity position. We would, as a board, examine that and look at the benefits for shareholders to do that. And we would do it in the same way that we do other related party type of transactions. We have a very robust related party transaction process at the company. The audit committee oversees that, and those transactions are disclosed. Now, obviously, taking an equity stake is different to other transactions, but we would take the same fiduciary responsibilities very seriously if that were to happen. But again, it's a shareholder proposal. We will see what the vote comes in at, and we'll take that into consideration as the board reviews that proposal.
Hey, Robin, I don't know if you saw this, but I wanted to ask you about it. Adam Jonas, the analyst, out with a note this morning. He says, "I'm calling it, autonomous cars are solved. When I say solved, do I mean 6 or 7 nines to the right of the decimal? No, perfection never, but enough to pull the safety driver at scale in major metros." He says, if Elon pulls the safety driver with a camera-only robotaxi in Austin, that would be a very big deal. And from our discussions with Tesla, it appears the only thing preventing Tesla from pulling the driver is its own abundance of caution. What do you think of that?
Well, we are being extremely cautious. Elon talked about it last week on the earnings call as well. Safety is our #1 priority for the vehicles per se, and it has been from the beginning. And introducing full self-driving into the robo-taxis and also into everybody's vehicles today means that we take a very cautious approach in terms of delivering that. And the robo-taxis are no different, making sure that there is a safety driver in the passenger seat is one of the ways that we demonstrate that in terms of being super cautious.
But how close do you feel you are to taking the driver out and also just rolling this out to even more cities? Here you are sitting in New York City right now. I'd love to sit in a robo-taxi there. We haven't got them yet.
Yeah, obviously there's also regulatory hurdles that you have to make in any city, and you have to comply with all of the local regulations. And so the team is very focused on city by city, making sure that we're meeting all of the regulatory standards, and that we actually then bring the vehicles to that city. And so, as you can see from the performance package, there's a lot of robo-taxis that we envisage at some point over the next decade in terms of having 1 million robo-taxis out there. It's one of the goals that Elon needs to hit.
Hey, Robin, you are such an interesting person, and you're in such a unique position, I think, as chair of Tesla, to be working with Elon Musk, to have the pressures that have come from the Delaware court decision, to have to be dealing with shareholders on all of these things. What's the hardest part of your job?
Well, I think all of the directors at Tesla are very hardworking. I couldn't ask for a better board, actually. And everybody pitches in. We work with the management team. We're on calls all the time. You can see from the proxy we had 58 meetings over this last year.
You have a lot of stuff going on.
What other company has that? And so from my perspective, having the right board to govern a company that is as unusual as Tesla is really important, which is why we're asking shareholders to vote for the 3 directors that are up for re-election this year.
Robin,
what's different now that Elon has left the government and come back?
Well, obviously, the outside perspective of him spending more time at Tesla, that perception obviously is diminished a little bit in terms of that. He is very much front and centre and has been for quite some time. And it is enabling us to continue to focus on the business of Tesla and for the employees to feel that as well each and every day. It's great.
In New Jersey, so not here, and I don't feel safe driving here a lot of times. So in New Jersey, there's a lot of traffic. When can I buy a Tesla where someone gets in the Tesla at my house, puts in where he or she wants to go, it takes him or her there and drops them off? When can I do that?
Without supervision.
Without supervision.
So today you can do it with supervision. I could even do it in Sydney.
So someone has to just watch what's going on, but it will take him and park and everything.
Let's say a child.
Or someone who doesn't want to.
In the
by themselves.
Or someone someone who doesn't want to have the risk of hurting someone or someone wants to be able to have his own car, but doesn't want to drive it and to get to where he's going. Totally self-sufficient.
Yeah, well, full self-driving is available.
So it's what we're running now.
Yeah, but it is supervised, and that is, again, under our abundance of caution, making sure that that's there. But the interventions that people are having are fewer and fewer.
But like even as a soccer mom or something, if you want to send your kids to practice without you, when's that coming?
At some point in the future, but that will also be dependent on regulatory. Like, are you able to send the kids without?
A year, 2, 3, 5, what?
I will not predict the regulatory pieces. The technology will be there before the regulatory pieces are there.
A year for
Yeah. Yes. Andrew.
I was going to ask, I know we're all focused on cars, but I'm curious if we're all sitting together 10 years from now, will we think of Tesla as a car company, or will it be a robot company? You know, just even seeing Becky getting those gummies, being handed the gummies by
cool.
Optimus, is that what it is? And how close are we to true dexterity? Because, you know, people always say that robots can do a lot, but they still can't fold laundry, for example.
Oh, well, Optimus can fold laundry. I've actually
I would
been
say
in
he
the
has a
lab.
pretty gentle grasp with the gummies that he could have squished, and once or twice he dropped them like he did just now, and he went back and picked them up carefully.
No,
That's pretty gentle.
Exactly right. So I've been in the lab with Optimus. He can fold laundry. He can wipe the table down really well. He can hand things to you. You can actually shake hands with him. The tactile nature of his hand is actually really very good. And so
I wasn't supposed to touch it, but I did.
Yeah, you can. I mean, yeah. Again, from a cautious perspective, we continue to make sure that people are cautious around him. But you know, he also can dance. You've seen some videos. He's very mobile and very dexterous. He's walking around the offices in Palo Alto all the time. So I'm actually quite excited. But I think to answer your question, we're redefining what transportation is, but we're also redefining robotics and what AI brings to robotics and how versatile the robots will be in the future as well, Andrew.
In terms of, by the way, Elon's spending most of his time, it sounds like these days, on the robots themselves. I mean, that's where his focus is.
He's spending time on many different areas. On the earnings call, he even talked about the AI kits that he's been working on and the team are working on. Obviously, the software, we do have a few other vehicles coming out, so he spends time on that. He's spending time on everything across the board.
And then finally, because I got to ask you to weigh in on it, we ask everybody, you know, everyone talks about an AI bubble, whether there's a sort of, you know, indiscriminate spending, almost too much spending in this space, and that it's going to catch up to us at some point. Where do you land on that topic?
Yeah, my view is that the technology of AI is truly transformative, and it will continue to be over the next decade or more in terms of what it's done. I was thinking about this yesterday. You know, if you think about 100 years ago, you know, where most houses didn't have electricity or had cars in the driveways, That to me is what's happening at this point. It's we're changing transportation with AI, and we're changing the way households will work and how workplaces will work with robotics, and I think that's incredibly exciting, and Tesla aims to be at the forefront of that.
Robin, want to thank you for joining us and for bringing optimists with you, no less.
Thank you, and I'd like to leave our shareholders with please get out there and vote. This vote is really important across the board in terms of not just the performance package, but also the directors and the other proposals that we have out there. Thank you.
How many Tesla shareholders traditionally will vote at an annual meeting, and how many do you anticipate this?
Well, last year we had a record turnout, and we hope to have the same again this year. It is a very important vote.
What was the percentage that turned out last year?
It was quite high. I can't remember exactly, but one of the things.
75 or 80%.
Well, don't forget we have a very unusual shareholder base in that we have over 30% that are retail shareholders, and so. For me, it's actually just making sure that shareholders use their voice and vote, and it's really important to us that they do. Thank you.
All right, up next, big tech earnings on deck for investors. We'll talk about the week ahead for Wall Street with Stephanie Lake. Sparkbox will be right back.
All right, the busiest week of earnings season is upon us. We want to bring in Stephanie Leek for this. Steph, it's not just earnings season. Man, we've got this potential trade deal that looks like it's a much better situation. We have the markets at new highs. We've got the futures up sharply this morning. Kind of on a roll here. Does that make you feel good, or do you get nervous when things are this good?
Oh, I feel really good, Becky, and thanks for having me. Good morning. The economy is hanging in there, more than hanging in there. It's running at 3.9% according to the Atlanta Fed tracker. The Fed is about to really embark on more easings ahead, and we have that this week, of course. And Fed Powell actually also hinted that maybe they would even go in December. So I think feel good about that. And then it's all about earnings, right? Earnings are actually much better than expected. And I was thinking we would see 10 to 12% in earnings growth. So far, we're at 15%, with revenues growing 8% and margins expanding. So it is a really good environment. And again, it all has to do with the economy is doing well. And one thing we've learned from the management teams on all these conference calls is they're feeling better. They know the tax bill. They know a little bit more about tariffs, and they're dealing with the tariffs. A little bit better than expected, by the way. PMIs are in expansion mode, so they're spending more. They feel better. And I think they sound a lot better on the call so far than last quarter, certainly.
Last week it was all about the banks, and we did see the banking index, or the banking ETF, I think it was up by better than 3%, even though the major averages were up by closer to 1%. Outperformance in those banks. This week you've got a lot of the tech names, Microsoft, Google, and Meta, all reporting on Wednesday, and some of the industrials too, like Boeing. So what do you do ahead of those numbers coming out for any of those?
Well, I mean, I own quite a few of them. I think with regards to the banks, on any weakness you want to be buying. And I'm really excited about this H-band buying cadence this morning. That just shows the confidence that these banks have now, and the fact that the deregulation is happening in terms of being allowing companies to do some more M&A. In fact, H-band has done 2 acquisitions in 4 months, so that's kind of cool. So on any weakness, I want to be buying the banks. And then in terms of this week, I own Meta. I don't own Microsoft and Alphabet. I think with Meta, to me, it's trading at 21 times forward estimates, and you're getting 22% revenue growth and operating margin expansion. Remember last quarter, Meta had 500 basis points of operating margin expansion. I don't know if we're going to see that this go round. But I do think that the company has gotten much more disciplined in terms of the expenses. So that'll be that. In terms of Microsoft and Alphabet, we got to see cloud revenues stay strong. So last quarter, Microsoft had Azure about 40%, and Alphabet had about 32% in their cloud business. So can it stay that strong? And I think it probably will. So on any weakness, I think you want to be buying it. We're just not getting the weakness that much.
Back in January, you named Boeing your favorite idea for the year. They're reporting this week. How's that stock done since January? Somebody show me a chart year to date.
I think it's up about 20%.
26%?
26. Yeah. I mean, it's done nicely. I was hoping it would do even better. I think it will do better. It's really all about the 737 MAX and the production. And we know that the FAA gave them approval to increase the 737 MAX production to 42 a month from 38. Why is that important? It's important because eventually when they deliver these planes, that means they get more free cash flow. And I think that the free cash flow estimates, it's for negative $400 million this quarter. I think they're going to easily beat it. And I think over time, over the next several years, you can get to something like $10 billion in free cash flow. And that is what this company trades on. New management, and they're not even new anymore. They've been there for about a year, but really good management, proven track record, good execution. It has never been a demand problem for Boeing. It has been an execution problem, a safety problem, and I think that management team is actually fixing it.
Steph, thank you. We will see you again very soon.
Thank you.
By the way, check this out, Joe. There's a line of people waiting for candy. I think they're probably waiting to get a picture with the robot.
Yeah.
Because the candy's
started about 8:30. No.
Good gummies, but they're Sour Patch.
They're very sour. Up next, we'll be right back.
Coming on Squawk Box this morning, Tesla's board issuing a letter urging shareholders to vote in favor of Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay package. Another regional banking deal as well. Columbus, Ohio-based Huntington Bankshares is buying Cadence Bank, which has its headquarters in both Houston and Tupelo, Mississippi, for $7.4 billion. And earlier this month, Fifth Third made that deal to buy Comerica. Also, Lululemon is partnering with the NFL to launch a clothing line for each of the 32 NFL teams. The line is expected to go on sale tomorrow.
She's as sweet as Tupelo honey.
Tupelo.
Remember that?
No.
Van Morrison. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street coming up
I
right
do
now.
have the Renee song stuck in my head.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Coming off Friday's all-time highs, stocks setting up for possible Fed cut this week, a third of the S&P reporting earnings, and a China trade framework that, if not a breakthrough, sure feels de-escalatory, 10-year 402. Our roadmap begins with the president in Asia saying the U.S. and China are close to a trade deal ahead of talks with Xi this week.
It is a merger Monday. We've got some big deals in banking, healthcare, utilities, water. We're going to break all of them down. And, of course, get ready for what is going to be the busiest week of earnings season. We've got Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet. That's a lot of market cap right there, all getting ready to report.
Let's begin with this market optimism amid hopes for a U.S.-China trade deal. Both sides agreeing to a framework ahead of talks between the president and Xi later this week. Yesterday on Meet the Press, the Treasury Secretary said he expects a delay on Beijing's rare earth export curbs. Take a listen.
I'm also anticipating that we will get some kind of a deferral on the rare earth export controls that the Chinese had discussed.
Okay.
Again, this will all be, my counterpart, the vice premier, and I have set the framework, and it will be up to the two leaders to discuss the final terms.
Meantime, Jim, there's soybeans, there's fentanyl, there's TikTok, a lot to get done here.
I can't believe how wide-ranging this is. Obviously, Treasury Secretary invested in this. I continue to think it surprises everybody. I don't think of him as a Republican or Democrat. I just think of him as one of the most knowledgeable people I've come across. He's a soybean farmer, too. There's anything this guy to do. But
He leases land to soybean farmers.
well,
I don't think he's out there actually farming.
I got 3 cows. People call me a cattleman.
Nobody calls
like
you a
Taylor
cattleman.
Sheridan.
No,
No?
yeah,
Okay.
We'll talk plenty about him later, but yeah, you are a gardener, though. I will give you that.
Oh, your tomatoes are out of control.
That is for real,
I
man.
had 100 jars.
Nobody gardens better in a suit and tie than you.
You know, it's good that 902 we got right to it.
All right, you want to get back to China
Sure,
trade? Go ahead.
sure, Scatterbill. Let me finish. Here's, ouch. We actually clapped for.
We're rooting for him.
We demonstrated some
humility.
generosity.
Yeah.
Can I just say
It's a first.
that you go into these, stop it. You go into this kind of talk, and you do expect some sort of glitch, and you come out, and it just sounds like everything that every stock, everything that anybody owned a stock wins. David, this is highly unusual.
It could be highly unusual. We're obviously seeing the response in the futures. We'll see how he opened 27 minutes or so from now. But there's a lot at stake in China trade, and you just said it, across the board, so many different things, whether it be soybean sales, which of course none are being sold to China right now by U.S. farmers. TikTok, which has already been done, but we haven't really revisited that deal and the specifics of it, and they still need to give the full permission for the algorithm because it's going to be licensed for a while it's being recreated, and on from there. Rare earths, obviously, probably the most important part of it,
Right,
Jim,
and
because it can bring
materials
a
not
number of different industries to not quite a standstill, but slow them down a lot.
Meantime, look, the president's trying to find the rare earth wherever they can. Lula talking about rare earth in Brazil. Brazil has a lot of rare earth. It's not as rare as you think.
No, it just takes a while.
Right.
It takes a while to get it all going.
But in
to
our
mine
country,
it, get the
but not
supply
these
chain going, get the magnets made, because it all has to do with all.
No, absolutely.
the
I'm
end
just
result.
saying that if you could get the Chinese to give us some forbearance over a couple of years.
Something to tie us over?
Yes.
How are chips going to play into this? I do wonder. That's not something we heard about, right?
That's where I wanted to go to, because the action right now on AMD and NVIDIA, now NVIDIA does have the big GTC Washington conference, is so bullish. Now Broadcom is right, just talking about how their deal with Google's really good, but that's so bullish. And NVIDIA was up, it started moving around 4, and I just think that people are buying. I don't look, I'm big NVIDIA, I own it, don't trade it, but that anyone has any knowledge about what that deal is kind of shocking, since it's not been brought up.
Right. Well, we should point out there's no assumption of any sales at this point from NVIDIA to China.
50 billion right now, 0.
Right. It was a $50 billion overall market. Overall market, but they obviously were an important player in that market. That has changed dramatically. And meanwhile, if they do sell stuff there, the U.S. government's going to get 15% of the revenue.
Oh yeah,
Don't
I forgot about that revenue share.
Yeah, the weird revenue share. But
better than the quantum deal. We didn't see any quantum deal over the weekend.
No.
But those stocks are still moving up.
But Carla, the larger point, if there was a deal with China, it might also include at least them actually buying some of these chips that are made for the Chinese market specifically.
Some have said, Jim, a 1-year delay on the rare earth curbs is good, but it's not it's not the grand bargain that you might envision.
No,
at least some might.
But I think that what seems to happen is they renew these deals. You get 1 year, and then maybe that's like, I thought the November 1 deal, if we remember, I thought the market was going to go down because I felt that was too close. But the president seems to often immediately says, including that little clip this morning, that she's the greatest. I mean, it seems like that the guy, Doug Ford, is the guy who's become the target of not Argentina, not Brazil, not Korea, not Japan.
No, the guy in Ontario. Who they ran an ad that was disliked by the administration. So 10% more for you.
Yeah. Now, how about the other branches of government? They're not really involved, right? You can just do that. The president can just wake up and say 10% for you.
Well, the Supreme Court's going to make a decision on that probably fairly soon.
Yeah, arguments are soon. In fact, the timing of this TV ad that makes you mad, so you raise tariffs, might be folded into some arguments.
I've read Andrew's book, now 1929. It's incredible. Like senators, congressmen, they were involved in tariffs back then. I mean, that was kind of like a Jeffersonian thing.
We should explain a bit what we're talking about. Obviously, it's the Supreme Court ruling on whether the president does have these emergency powers, so to speak, to unilaterally be the decider of all things related to tariffs, which typically has been you need congressional approval.
Exactly, and that's what one of the crucial things about the 29 book, as I show for Andrew because I liked it and he's my friend, is that there was amazing, it was like momentum came from Congress, and it was the president that had to play defense. Here, Congress has taken itself out. I don't think they meet that much anymore, and it does seem like, well, there are countries where that tends to happen. They go more toward dictatorship than they do become more, kind of more democratic.
Speaking of Congress, Jim, the number of days that the House has been in session over the last 3 months is kind of sad. Now we're going to be looking at expiration of SNAP benefits for millions of Americans by the end of the week.
That's November 1st, correct?
Yep. And that's more of the have-not economy. That's that's that Dollar Tree economy versus I don't know. What do you want to say? It's not even it's not Walmart's like hot.
The narrative on the economy is the same that it's been. The consumer is strong, other than those who are, to your point, right? The low, what are we? Lower end? I don't know what.
Yeah, we don't know the word yet.
Where it's difficult, but by the way, the consumer generally still strong.
Yeah, because everybody still jobs and AI.
Still not really seeing.
Jobs. We haven't seen AI.
There are pockets. You may see a little bit on auto delinquencies or things, but generally, what I've been hearing is that it's, for the most part, quite.
Consumer names, Jim, have not played the way tech has. Got a downgrade of Hong today over at Morgan Stanley on this very issue.
Not doing great except for Best Buy, where you're seeing that incredible PC refresh. But the way to play that is to buy the Microsoft piece, where it says Microsoft's back being a monopolist again. Did you see that positive piece about Microsoft from Google?
I did not.
It says got back to near monopoly on the productivity suite. Well, the Justice Department's not as interested in that monopoly thing anymore.
No.
Monopoly, like maybe Reading and the B&O and stuff, but not playing that, but not the real.
I know.
The real monopoly.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah.
I mean, we can't lose sight of the fact that there are whole branches of government that used to be anti-business that now seem to be very, let's say, looking the other way. Fair?
Yeah, there's a deregulatory frame.
Coal is back.
for the most part. In some industries, though, it could apply much more stringently if, in fact, the president doesn't like
Do you think Cadence would be able to do H-band Cadence just like that? Like, who cares? Or your Waterworks deal that you mentioned? These were deals that would never be done.
Really? No?
I don't
You don't
think
think
so.
No.
No.
Well, we'll get to the deals in a moment, but yeah.
Wow, Mr. Deal Man doesn't even want to get to the deals.
He wants his own segment.
That's true.
about you?
My own segment.
How about you?
Yeah, my own segment.
Isn't that something?
Mm-hmm. You like that?
Yeah, I
Did you guys have a good time at the game yesterday? Was it fun?
Won't stop.
It was a great game, actually.
Yeah, I had a couple extra tickets, sorry.
Page one of the Enquirer is a huge picture. Yes.
Hard enough, and then you got to say that.
You had to wear your war paint if you went to be the box.
I know.
When we come back to David's point, the urge to merge, we'll break down some of the deals being announced ahead of today's open as futures do look positive and yields are stable. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here. It's me, Washboard Slim.
All right, we got some deals to talk about this morning. Any number of them, decent headlines, but let's start with Novartis. Buying a company called Avidity Biosciences. Again, kind of one of those names, frankly, you wake up, he's heard of every name there is, but I'm always like, really? Who are those guys?
No, I know they're going after heart diseases.
It's $12 billion. So it's
$12
not
billion.
significant. 72 a share in cash. And you can see, of course, a significant premium over where the stock.
God, look how much it's up.
I had a conversation this morning with somebody who's owned the stock for quite some time, and they were disappointed. Basically, Jim, with the idea that, in fact, in this case, they believe that given the data that this company has shown, and they, again, the science, I'm not going to try and even explain it, but RNA delivery to muscles, it's for rare diseases we're talking about diseases that affect 50,000 patients or 80,000 patients, but apparently the data has been quite strong, not showing a great deal of risk, significant efficacy, placebo-controlled efficacy, and in their opinion, this is a company that could be realizing anywhere from $6 to $10 billion in annual revenues in the not too distant future. Hence, their disappointment to a certain extent that they would choose to sell out even at a significant premium to the stock price.
But
Take a look at now. This is they
I'd be selling it.
ALY. You know that company?
They're disappointed.
There, it's RNA for liver disease. So they're not focused on the same treatments, but they brought that name up to me as well as being, for example, $60+ billion market cap company.
Billion.
Is ALNY as to where this company could have gotten to on its own. So you do sometimes find in these kinds of deals disappointment, amazingly enough. There it is.
I don't find any.
Alnylam Pharma, that, amongst some shareholders who truly believe. In that case, their opinion is best biotech deal they've seen all year for Novartis. So that's one person's opinion. Somebody I do rely on. I'm not going to name, but yeah.
I mean, suffering after last night's Steeler beatdown, but it was huge Steeler. But I will tell
They
you
believe
that
they got a
I
great
read
deal
this,
there.
I read this and I said,
Well, hell yeah, they got a great deal.
To fix, can't do it, hopeless.
Your friend's an idiot.
Unfortunately, and you're telling me that there is some early success here?
Correct. With this,
That's a very
with the with the RNA treatment. Yes, that is at least the belief.
That would be sensational.
Here, so we'll keep an eye on what Novartis is able to do with this company. All right, we do have
Okay.
a utilities deal as well. They come up with huge headline numbers, but the equity in the deal, what they're actually buying, about $11.8 billion, and that may be in fact affected by how the stocks move, because it is a ratio that we're talking about, 0.0305, 0.305, he said, of American water for each share of Essential. That's correct. About a 10% premium. You could.
Goodbye. Initial reaction to durable good orders at 8:30. I'm going to say down. I would say down. Initial reaction to home sales, I'm going to say down. I'm late. I'm late for a very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. I think earnings are going to be great. Earnings, a big week for earnings. Big week. And earnings have been good, so I'm going to say big week. We will consolidate this week. Earnings will be good. Today I'm going to do an earnings video while I'm trading. So prepare ye in the name of the Lord. It's such a, what time is it? 8:22. So I got my bank statement I got to do today, and I've got an earnings video I want to do today. Hike. And we got China. Will probably be in the news this week. China. Starbucks. Yeah, Jimmy was right about Starbucks when it was down. They started pumping it again. Meta had a breakout today. Came back and hit my support last Wednesday. Or that was a resistance that became support. The readers added a community note to a post to which you replied, liked, or reposted. Created by AI with a Sora watermark, clarity visible. Whatever that means. Oh, about the bomb. Four more minutes. 4 more minutes to go.
.com/coaching and start learning today.
Fed's policy path, China trade deal this week.
I'm Marley Caden, live from Chicago.
Ooh,
We're
Marley.
tracking market movers,
Yummy, yummy.
earnings reactions, and what traders are watching next.
Smooch.
Stream Schwab Network, live at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just
Yeah, I
for
don't
you.
like gap ups like
And
this
with guided
either.
learning paths stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
LAES is my new one to watch.
Welcome back to Opening Bell.
Gosh, we're in a turtleneck again.
Before the New York Stock Exchange stocks.
Come on, man. What's this deal with these turtlenecks here lately? I mean, it looks nice on you, but shit. You ruined my day.
This morning will follow the White House because this is what it seems to be all about this morning. Nicole, we have got the White House that's actually reposted a statement from GameStop with a picture of Trump dressed up as a character from Halo. Now, this is a statement coming out from the company on October the 25th, which basically declares that the console wars are over. And what they're getting at here is that Halo will now be available on Xbox and PlayStation for the very first time. And they go in this statement, it's a bit sort of tongue-in-cheek into how the past 2 decades there has been the console wars based on this game that hasn't been available on both of these. But now basically what has originally originated back in the early 2000s with the release of the original Halo will now be available on both of these hardwares. So a very interesting sort of repost coming out from the White House, which seems to be some sort of endorsement of this about declaring that the war is over, and they've actually posted power to the players with this picture of Trump. So it's very interesting, as you mentioned, Nicole, that this had been sort of the OG of the whole meme stock craze, that it hadn't really been part of that revival that we'd seen in recent months when we were talking about Beyond Meat, as you just mentioned, which has been sort of the most recent one that's caught a lot of attention. But we also had, you know, Krispy Kremes and Coles over the summer, which had managed to catch a bid off the back of all of this as well. But we're going to be hearing from this company as far as earnings early December.
And thank you for that. And we also talked so much about rare earth. We saw the surge, then the pullback, and what's going on, the very latest on rare earth today.
So rare earths are tumbling this morning, and this is coming off the back of the US-China framework trade deal that Besson has announced. And as part of that, he seems to suggest that China might actually delay the implementation of their licensing regime. Now, remembering that China had been trying to reassure the markets that this licensing regime was purely to stop it getting into the hands of military and defense and trying to say that the rare earths exports would continue. However, this had very much seen a lot of these U.S. rare earth material stocks rallying on the thought that there would be more support coming from the U.S. government to try to be more self-reliant here in the U.S. and reduce that reliance and dependence on China. Now, there is some expectation, according to Besant, that this actually might be delayed for about a year while they re-examine that and purchase more soybeans. And so we are very much seeing those rare earth stocks. You've got MP Trilogy, US Rare Earths, critical metals, all down today off the back of that. But I suppose the theme that the US government is going to continue to support this industry doesn't go away, and I think that's important.
All right, Sam Vadas, thank you. Good luck there. You see the selling happening on USA Rare
Man, it's
Earth.
already starting out slow again.
This morning, Sam Vadas, nice to see you. Diane King Hall will join us in a moment, taking a look at movers. Here's the opening bell. And there you have it. After records that we saw late last week, when you see gains here, you're likely to see the extension of some records. All of this coming because we
got triple top.
China, and those seem to be going well, according to President Trump and Scott Bessent. Here's a look at stocks right now, 68.55 on the S&P 500, gaining 1% right now, and the S&P has just been incredible, and these are all new all-time highs. The Dow, the Nasdaq, and the S&P, we've been watching for new records here. The S&P right now is up 1%. The tech-heavy Nasdaq up 1.4% here. Certainly a great performer there. It's at 25,709. And just in 3 months, up 10%, 6 months, 32%. So you've done incredibly well if you've had these. And the Dow is up 300 points right now, 47,490. Also worth noting how those small caps have been incredible. Right now, sitting at 2534. Looks like that may be just below the record high, but what an incredible run that has had, to almost 30% in 6
The 672
months.
puts
Diane King Hall is with me, taking a look at more of the movers.
at 84 cents.
We start off with a price target from Micron this morning, and Diane has that for us. Good morning, Diane.
Speaking of incredible run, Micron has had an incredible run so far this year, and just adding to the gains, adding to the momentum this morning off the back of a more bullish opinion from Citigroup. They've raised their price target to Micron to 275. That's up from 240. They keep a buy rating on this one. This stock has been a huge outperformer in the S&P 500 year to date. We talk about the record seeing in the S&P 500, but how about Micron? Part of what's driving the bullishness,
yeah, huge gap up.
Prices. They see them soaring. City's expecting DRAM prices to jump 25% in Q4, which would be the biggest quarter-over-quarter increase since the 1990s. Keep in mind, over the past couple of weeks, spot prices for DRAM have surged nearly 50%. That's, of course, fueled by AI demand and the limited supply. So Citi thinks Micron's earnings could rise double digits this quarter, which would be a huge lift in a single period. You know why DRAM matters. It's the short-term memory of computing. It's essential for things like the laptops that we work on every day, the cell phones that we hold in our hands, and more importantly, AI servers, which we know we've seen increasing demand since the beginning of this AI supercycle in 2022. So Citi believes that AI companies will soon lock in long-term contracts for DRAM, and so they believe there will be big beneficiaries. So more than, say, just the NVIDIA, AMD, and Broadcom, they essentially see Micron continuing to be in the driver's seats as one of the major global players when it comes to DRAM. Nicole?
All right. Well, look, with Micron here, which has been a winner this month, a price target hike there, 275 from Citi. We also look at Keurig Dr. Pepper, which had its earnings and guidance.
It did, and it's got a win today. Shares are moving higher, and it certainly needed this win given how shares have performed so far this year. So adjusted EPS came in at 54 cents. That was actually in line with expectations, but revenue coming in at $4.31 billion, so that was better than expected. They've also raised their full-year sales growth to the high single-digit range. That's up from the mid-single-digit range. They reaffirmed their profit growth guidance, so you're seeing some signs of life in the coffee segment. That rose 1.5%, modest, but it is an improvement, so some perking up there. Growth mainly came from higher prices on K-Cups, That helped offset lower brewer and pod shipments.
98.99 cents. Keep going.
Inflation. So we've been wondering when some
Dollar.
companies have been walking this tightrope about how much do they pass on the consumer, what they eat, and so it looks like Keurig Dr Pepper has made a decision, at least in that
Drink
segment,
Dr.
to
Pepper.
raise some prices there. But that wasn't where the big growth came from. Refreshment beverages is still the standout there. Sales
Randy.
14%. Strong consumer demand in that segment. And then there were also contributions from the Ghost energy drink brand. That alone contributed almost half of the growth that you saw there. And you saw an increase in both demand, so volume was increased, and they had some pricing power there. So it shows that there's some strong execution on that front there. Keep in mind, of course, we have that big deal on the horizon for Keurig Dr Pepper with they've been trying to, they're planning to spin off that combined coffee business that we know the way they came together was merging coffee with hot and cold beverage, essentially, and now maybe separate will be better for them going from here, Nicole.
Yeah, nice move there. It's the best performer in the S&P 500. Super Micro is second. That had a price target hike. Last but not least, some M&A activity in the biotech sector. Tell us about that.
Yeah, $12 billion. That's the price tag Novartis is paying to buy Avidity Biosciences. It's part of Novartis's push to expand in rare disease treatments and offset future patent expirations. Avidity, that's a biotech that's working on RNA-based medicines that target rare muscle disorders. Shares of Avidity, we've been watching that one make a big move today. Right now, it's up more than 40%. That's essentially because of the premium that Novartis is paying to buy it. Novartis has been going on this biotech shopping spree, so this is the latest feather in their cap for them, and their push to address what may be some shortfalls when these patent expirations come up. And then in taking a look at shares of Novartis, those are under a little bit of pressure, which, Nicole, you and I know often happens with an acquirer. That ends up being a little bit because they're putting cash to play.
All right. Well, a lot of movers there for you, and I also was talking about the price target hike for Microsoft. We're seeing the Mag 7 all higher today. Diane King Hall, nice to see you. Microsoft's a winner, so is NVIDIA, Apple, Google will be getting those earnings too. Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Apple reporting this week, and the Fed, and more.
And more.
We'll discuss the AI trade and some stock picks for you coming up, and not only tech, but also healthcare. Opening bell. We'll be right back.
Oh man, Sophie. I think that is the weighted VWAP. Yeah, anchored VWAP. That's some, we have 3 white soldiers on PLTR. Okay, we're back down on the SPY again.
Recap the news. I help you read between the lines, from what's moving markets to what's next, with sharp takes and market know-how. Follow me on all social media platforms at Diane King Hall, and connect with me on LinkedIn for more.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Andrew.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Wait, I had a stroke?
Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions.
I'm always here for you.
Difference when you have someone that actually cares.
I care. I'm Jim.
Live insights, actionable data, and market-moving
You got
analysis.
that right, buddy.
Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at schwabnetwork.com.
And a good Monday morning to you. Record-setting day on Wall Street. I know you're probably not tired of hearing that for your 401ks and IRAs, but where could we be headed? Let's hear the very latest live here on the floor with me, Tom Kulik, CEO, Strategy Asset Managers. Thank you for being with us. We just were saying down NASDAQ, S&P, and even with the tariffs and the worries about China and this and that, somehow the market keeps going higher. What do you make of it?
Well, thank you for having me.
You and that damn
Nice to be here
turtleneck.
today. Happy Halloween week.
I don't like it at all.
There's a lot of momentum going into the market. We're a separately managed account manager, and our momentum strategy is really taking the lead this year. I think that the Trump tariffs are causing people to react in a way that they didn't expect at the beginning of the year. It's actually going to be a tailwind for us, and so we're focused more on the end of the year and the momentum of the market going in with technology and infrastructure. But I think that the tariffs are tailwinds right now.
And at this point, I'm talking about the...
They never was a problem. And I said that. Everybody knows that I said that. That Jimmy's not too concerned about the tariffs. Because we just got through 4 years of the highest inflation in my trading career of 21 to 40%. I was worried about that. But the companies got greedy and raised up the prices huge during the Biden years. They didn't have to do that, but they did it anyway. And they didn't mention it hardly any at all. And now it was like a big deal with these tariffs, and they were totally wrong. 100% wrong. And still are. This guy, he talks about it being a tailwind. There was never a storm. And now people like this come out and say, well, we told you so. We told you so. From Washboardjim. Raise my mic up a little bit. How's everybody hearing me? Double bottom, Randy called it. High or low. We've got a little symmetrical flag here. With a triple top. I'm using TrendSpider right now because I'm rebooting. It's been 12 minutes and this thing ain't even rebooted yet. Shut down. I had like a 2 or 3 second delay once the market opened up. I just can't trade like that. Not on toss. I don't know what the problem is. It's fine before the bell rung. I just don't think Schwab can handle the load. Makes me want to go in the kitchen and make a cup of coffee. That or make another electrolyte drink. Okay. Well, this don't make sense. The price is now 85 cents for the puts. 83. I got out of the trade. I'm just waiting. See if we knife here or break out. And then I'll get calls or puts. If I was to get a put, it'd be now, but I can't on the symmetrical flag because we could come up and hit that top of that wick. Well, that don't make sense. No, that don't make sense at all. I still feel it. Tempting by a put here just to take the risk. Meta's about to double top. $0.81. There goes the drop. 94 cents. Okay, we're back to number 3. This is a sweet spot. So what happens at the sweet spot? Let's go. It's either going to hold, and right now it's a symmetrical flag. Almost an ascending triangle. Yeah, you can call it you could almost call it as an ascending triangle. I'm going to go for the, well, I don't know. I'd like to go for the calls here, but I don't trust it. The gap's too big. Oh, still ain't cleaned up yet. Come on, man. It's been 20 minutes, almost 20 minutes since this, and it still ain't shut down yet. It should be any minute, but man. So it held the ascending triangle. There it finally went. That took 20 minutes, 21 minutes for it to shut down. I'm gonna have to complain to him. Man, if you can't handle this. The 683 calls. We'll have double top wick up here. Let's see how this thing's working now. Still not working well. AMD's pulled back. Intel's at $40. Now I didn't even move that. What the fuck? I was talking to this little Jamaican girl last night about the storm. She's up on the mountain, so she's not too worried about it. Kind of going sideways, like Jimmy said. We're at the top of the resistance channel. Calls haven't hardly moved. The 683s. So I think they're going to drop here. I mean, they hardly moved. You can do a good straddle right now. Is it straddle or strangle? Straddle. The 683s. Do the SPXs. It's a bullish look. $68.35 puts. So you got these higher lows. So that's how I kind of come up with the idea that it looks a little bullish. $68.35 puts at 350. Then I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna make a coffee, one or the other. Come on. Ooh. Oh. Ouch. I'm up $20 a contract. Yes. Managed to swap platforms.
They're likely to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're kind of looking at the stats right now, so far we are exceeding the street's expectations when it comes to top line growth as well as bottom line growth. In the heart of the S&P 500 earnings, or the E portion of that price to earnings multiple, is going to be reporting this week. And I think each and every company is going to provide something different. And this could also be a tailwind for some of the semiconductor names like we have seen in the past. I think for Meta, I think the biggest risk that you have there is that they see any type of pullback when it comes to CapEx spend. They have been very aggressive with it, but this is a stock that also likes to kind of pump the brakes, kind of reassess their business a little bit, and then kind of move forward. So I think that's the biggest risk that you have for Meta. I think Microsoft, there's a lot of optimism into that name right now. It does appear that we did see another upgrade when it comes to price targets from the street here when it comes to that name. And then you're looking at the Azure product offering. Are they still expanding their market share when it comes to cloud? Amazon's going to be the same type of situation here. But I think all of their earnings probably still provide a tailwind for the semiconductor space. So look out for NVIDIA, the AMDs of the world, to continue to try to run higher if CapEx spend is going to remain at these current levels. And so I think that's kind of the setup here, but we also have other events that are on the horizon. I mean, we have the Fed meeting, that could be a tailwind for equity markets. We have the meeting with President Trump and Xi, that's going to be a tailwind here. So I think it's probably still in the favor of the bulls right now rather than the bears when you're looking at the overall optimism of this market.
Yep.
Oh, it's a mega week. It's certainly a massively consequential one as far as the markets are concerned, as you mentioned, with everything from the micro, the macro, the geopol as well. Thank you so much, Kevin Green, as always, getting us across those key stories as we get our feet under the desk this morning. Coming up, we will take a closer look at the global market impact of Javier Milei's party scoring a major win in Argentina's midterm elections. Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back after this.
There we go. Let it drop. Let it drop. Let it drop. Yeah. 683 calls are up there a little bit. That's a killer trade there on the SPY.
I'm Nicole Petalides at the New York Stock Exchange. Live interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at schwabnetwork.com.
Come on, baby.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best
Got 380 on my
wealth
puts.
management skills in the biz. Actually,
It bees, and we're at the 21.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing
Technical difficulties.
Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Should have bought 2 more when it dipped.
Qualcomm is surging after the company announced new AI chips to compete
Just didn't
with
dip
AMD
enough.
and Nvidia. The company unveiling new AI accelerated chips
Oh.
that will go on sale in 2026
Really?
and 2027. So we are seeing shares in Qualcomm spiking right now. And if we take a look at obviously Nvidia off the back of this, we're still seeing it up higher by the tune of 2%. AMD right now just on the line to the downside. But this is obviously a story that we will continue to keep tabs on. Of course, announcing that it will release new AI accelerated chips to compete with the likes of Nvidia. So let's just take a look at the winners and the losers of the session, and Qualcomm taking the cake off the back of that key announcement that we've just heard out this morning, sitting up almost 10% in trade today. Supermicro is also up 5.5%, and Intel up 4.5% off the back of its earnings last week. So it very much looks like a chip theme this morning, with some of these companies rallying in trade today. Let's just take a look at the laggards on the session. We've got Albemarle among those, obviously off the back of some of the rare earths, critical mineral companies on the back foot this morning, off the back of the US-China developments down 2%.
We're at $4, $4.10 on the puts.
Almost 6% this morning.
Yo!
Okay, that's a
Let's
quick
go.
look at the markets and some key news.
Don't give up now.
Joining us now is Graham Stock, Emerging Markets, a senior sovereign strategist for RBC Global Asset Management. Thank you so much for joining me. So we've had Milei's midterm election win. What's your reaction to this, as far as just how meaningful this is right now?
It's very meaningful. What Milei achieved yesterday in delivering not just a 9-point margin at the national level, but also significantly increasing his representation in Congress, both in the upper house and the lower house, and also overturning the defeat that he suffered in the local elections in the province of Buenos Aires just a month and a half ago, is significant. And then even more importantly, in his victory speech last night, he struck a very conciliatory tone, which suggests that he is willing to reach out and work with centrists in Congress to advance his reform agenda. So he pushes the horizon for the current very favourable set of policies out much further than was thought likely running into this weekend. We've got elections in 2027, and now he's a viable candidate for re-election at that point. So I think investors will have a great deal more confidence that the fiscal adjustment that he's implemented, the liberalisation of the economy, all those things can endure for a lot longer than we maybe thought possible before.
About the market reaction this morning, as we've seen in trade, the peso jumping about 10%, and every stock, as far as what I saw according to some reports, was up at the beginning of the session. Talk to us about the impact that we're seeing on the market right now and the response from investors.
No, that's right. In the bond market, for example, bonds were up, dollar bonds were up between 15 and 20% right from the open, and they sustained that since. Normally these bonds only trade in New York hours, but they were trading in London hours because the teams that trade them were in early to make sure that there was liquidity for market participants, which was a welcome development. And as you say, the currency strengthened 10%. All the stocks that have exposure to the Argentine economy performing very well. And again, it's because the result was better than expected by quite a large margin, and it opens up this horizon for the continuation of policies that have been very favourable for the Argentine economy, but at times have seemed like they could be unpopular with the electorate. Clearly fiscal adjustment has victims. There are people who suffer from the cutbacks in welfare spending or pensions. And yet, even with that, I think the Argentine electorate has decided that it's better than the alternative, and have given Milei their support for at least the next 2 years and potentially beyond that as well.
Okay, talk us through what your thoughts are on this official support coming from the US government with this $20 billion swap line, which obviously has been a big focus for the markets in recent weeks.
It's certainly helped to calm the markets over the last few weeks.
Drop.
Is not a normal development for
I'm up $100.
So it was unprecedented both in its scale and the fact that the U.S. Treasury actually stepped in and bought pesos in the FX market in the run-up to the midterms yesterday. And I think it's symptomatic of the alignment that we have between Javier Milei and Donald Trump in terms of their broad ideologies, and also the preference of the U.S. to keep Argentina on side, maybe create some space between Argentina and China in terms of their relationship. And I think the Milei administration will follow through on that, particularly around investment. You know, Argentina's trade will always be important with China. China's an important market for their agricultural exports. But in terms of investment in things like lithium, copper, rare earths that you were talking about in the segment before, you know, there's scope here for U.S. companies and others to get involved.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth there, Graham. I just wanted to sort of switch gears to China because obviously there's been a big focus on that market as well, given that it has been looking to diversify its market away from the US, and we've very much seen that in some of the Chinese import numbers, particularly where they're looking to buy some of these agricultural products. How does this
okay, 420, 440, yeah.
Woo! Well, China will always be a key market for Latin America's agricultural exports, let alone Argentina's. That's not going to change. But
all of a sudden, this 50 creeped up in there, and I don't like that.
In Chinese involvement in sensitive sectors, telecoms, for example, the rare earths and mining that I mentioned before. China has a space research station in the south of Argentina, and some worry that may...
Okay, it's time to make a business decision. We hit the 50. Now the odds of it holding are probably 40%, 50%. Or you get out of the trade and make a couple $100, man. $240, 260 right here. Now if it drops on down, we might get around $650 a contract. $6. Right now you're below the 50. So I mean, you got to make a business decision. $4.90. $5. Oh, yeah. Who's the best trader, Randy? Let the room know. The room wants to know. The sooner you say it, the better off. Whoa. $4.80. Washboardjim with a sneaky snake trading strategy. Held on to the trade and boom. Bingo. Uh-oh, somebody's here. The heater guy. Oh.
I'm here. Hello, Jim.
The heater guy?
Yes, sir. So, this is one of the newest units that we have on the property.
Okay.
Now, for the most part, we had an issue a few months ago. We couldn't get it to work right, and then the thermostat kept resetting itself. Put a new thermostat on, and then everything's been working great. He tried to use the heat. No heat. It would turn on, blow air, no heat. I couldn't get it to register with the thermostat, so I bypassed the settings and just have it set to control by that, obviously.
Good.
But
And there's did we find a manual, or you just have a PDF? Can I move your speaker, buddy?
Go right ahead.
yeah, I did everything PDF.
The thing ain't been moved in 8 years. Probably a little stubborn. What's up for all that cocaine I left on the floor there?
So that's the thing too is, I mean, I factory reset it. So like, I don't know, maybe everything just needs to be reset on it and the thermostat now that it's been factory reset. Because I know for a fact when the original guys that installed this unit, they definitely did it wrong. Because whenever I was going through the settings, everything was off. They had all sorts of dip switches that weren't even supposed to be on that were on, and ones that should have been off or were on.
This wire here was loose, which that tells me that that's the heat pump wire. But it's only 4-way. There's the fan. Send me that model number, correct?
I can't remember, but I've got it. I've got the PDF pulled up already if you want to use my phone. Took me forever to find it yesterday. That's the table right there, so you just click on whichever one you need.
Might see 6, guys. I'm talking live on YouTube. Just
Good. Sorry.
That's all right. You go out and say what you got to say. Just don't talk about pretty women and tits.
Try not to. So you set the dip switches correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Right now they're set for control by PTAC.
correct.
So they bet if we went back to thermostat, they'd just have to be reset again. Which, if I remember correctly, the only ones you need is S3 and S9. Yeah, last time I was in here, I was doing the one thing I didn't want to do, learn about it.
So it has to have the full way. Okay.
You gonna need anything from me for a few?
Oh, you're good.
I got one more fire I gotta put out this morning, and hopefully that'll be the last one. If for some reason we can't get it to hook up to the thermostat, we tried, as long as he can use his AC and heat through that.
Right, yeah, we won't jack with it too much.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, the only
Is
reason
it
we
maybe
couldn't
this
do the-
board, but with this wire being loose, that's kind of telltale that something's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can get the hole.
Actually, I'll send you that pic for this guy. It'll work.
How did you set it? It's in PTAC mode.
Let's see. So actually, that one, this model, it didn't actually make me do the combination of buttons like the old school ones. All I had to do was I had to set all the switches, then power it off, unplug it for 10 seconds, plug it back in, and then the motherboard automatically read the switches.
Read it to here.
Hmm?
So you switch the switches down in here?
Yes, but that's what I read up on, was you have to turn all the switches to convert it, whether you're converting from PTAC to thermostat or thermostat to PTAC. You flip all your dip switches to where they need to be while it's on, power it off, unplug it for 10 seconds, and then plug it back in, and the board itself should automatically register when you power it back up.
Okay. So basically, right now, we just have to turn it off, turn it back on, and it should go to the PTAC mode.
It should. I think inside when I unplugged it last time, I just hit that breaker on it. You know, thing we're not supposed to do.
GFI.
That's what they would say. It's for emergencies only. It wasn't an emergency, I was in a rush.
It was an emergency.
I had a lot to do that day.
So you turned it on, and then this should.
It didn't switch.
It didn't switch.
I can tell if it says anything besides LC, didn't switch. So the manual mode on the old ones, you had to press and hold plus and minus, and then it should beep. Once you hear the beep, you hit the on off button, let go of everything, hit mode twice. That's the way you do it on the old one. It should beep again. Things, they make it too damn complicated. You should be able to just plug some wires in and walk away from that no thing.
Wall thermostat option. Qualified personnel should do it. Okay.
Yeah, see, it's not registered.
That's it.
Did you do S3 and S9?
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to take all this off.
I think. Turn 2, so it should be. Is S9 the one that's right there in that little valley? This big one right here.
It's off. S9 is. It says. It's off. S9's off.
And then what about
X is off.
what about this one?
Is on. So that one's on.
That one's a little bit weird too, because you have to like slide out from the bottom. It's not like the old school one. You have to undo that whole plate and then slide it out. I don't know why they changed the design of these newer ones, man. The other ones were so easy to work on. Let me get this out of my floor real quick, and then if you need anything from me, holler.
Yep.
Jim, if he lights up like a Christmas tree, call me.
Okay, I will. So you can see where this thing pulled back to support here. It's called an inverse head and shoulders. You got your orb off to 63. So that still could be a solid support if we don't hold that trend line on that head and shoulders there.
Going to be the key word this earnings season, especially with these hyperscalers, you know, in relation to Microsoft, Amazon, Google in particular. So, you know, if they actually end up spending less, but they're also positioned, and I think that's the key word, well positioned in terms of their enterprise suite services, and they're fully starting to, let's say, profit from their AI investments. This is going to cause the stock to absolutely explode. I could see it absolutely banging on the door of 575 after earnings if the numbers are really, really good. Now, that also means that there could be set up for some big disappointment if CapEx expenditures is actually higher than expected, and then of course they're not actually seeing a residual income, or you know, I would say a strong enough flow of cash that Wall Street would say would be okay to offset that CapEx. This is a stock that could revisit back down to
Need a battery for that?
even come down as low as 480 in the near term. So I'm expecting actually Microsoft to make a really big move. We're putting some really good risk on today.
If that
so
works.
there's a real big possibility that Wall Street is positioning themselves for a very strong earnings report.
Definitely are. I mean, particularly if you look at the analysts, I mean, as far as the call sheet is concerned, I mean, no one seems to be in a sort of a sell or underperform type camp right now. So, I mean, the setup was fairly favorable. I mean, you sort of outlined a couple of scenarios there. So what makes you so optimistic about this name? I mean, is this going to be a case where, I mean, if they don't announce the sort of expectations as far as CapEx is concerned with those huge sort of eye-watering numbers that we've heard from this company last time, that they will be able to make up with it by actually proving how they're monetizing from some of that?
Yeah, and I think that's the key. It's the fact that the money's being put to work, and there's going to be some sort of expected.
I think I just got. Well, I'll give you
Wall Street
two.
is going to be pleased with. Now, Wall Street understands that AI is the new digital, I guess, gold rush.
Here, use these
so
two
to speak.
instead.
You know, everybody's trying to position themselves, especially these big players, as being the top, like being the leader of this sector really puts them well positioned, not for the next decade, but several decades going forward. Microsoft has always been one of the more aggressive players in trying to position themselves to be a strong AI presence. So, you know, for me, I think that if CapEx is at least in line or lower than expected, and they at least show some sort of residual return on their investment, I believe that Microsoft is going to be head over heels. It's going to be one of the better performers this week in terms of earnings from the big Mag 7 names.
Okay, what are your takeaways from the price action we're seeing out here this morning, Charles, as we get sort of geared up for what is going to be a massive week as far as the micro and the macro and the geopol?
Yeah, you know, obviously the news coming out over the weekend that, you know, the United States and China have once again started working towards a positive step towards an actual trade deal. You know, both sides, both parties seem more than willing to get a deal done. That's all Wall Street needs to put risk on. You know, you can see it right away that we're up 1.5% in the NASDAQ. We're trading at all-time highs. It seemed that the market was pretty comfortable in expecting this after President Trump initially came out with some pretty harsh comments and then retracted from that over the weekend. So, you know, as far as I can see, you know, the Fed seems still in line to do 2 more rate cuts, even though they have a very big limitation on data. The CPI report coming in lower than expected kind of alleviated a lot of fears that Wall Street may have had in terms of skew of data. I think that right now we're just in a really good place. It's still risk on. It may be at all-time highs, but we're still pushing. And, you know, if we're making all-time highs on back-to-back-to-back days, it's just, you know, the market's in a really good place right now.
Certainly is. Okay, thank you so much for that, Charles Moon. As always, stock strategist at Prosper Trading Academy. Really appreciate your time today. Well, coming up, we will take a closer look at the sectors on the move this morning and how global markets are reacting to that framework announcement from the US and China. We'll be right back.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Vardas, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's now time to look at the sectors that are moving markets this morning, and I'm very pleased to say I'm joined by Alex Coffey from Chicago today. Happy Monday to you, Alex. What are you seeing beneath the surface?
Alex.
Yeah, nice start to the week. You look at
We're getting close to that orb again. We got a triple top up here. I think it probably hits that orb. So I got a double confirmation to break that if we do. Actually, it's right here. We kind of broke it already. Okay, we're retesting support off that triple top break. Off the 21, come back up and retest the orb and go to a double top. Uh-oh. You ready to run up to 63? We got the shoulder line right here. So this has to hold or we hit the orb. The 680, 6880s are at 280. 6860s are at 270. Calls. $280 to $310. I think I'm going to start lunch, and I'll be back here shortly. I'll leave you with Marley.
Network, Alex, thank you for being with us. And we're talking Microsoft today. Shares.
She's showing more cleavage than Nicole is, so I think she's trying to go after her job.
Today, exciting week with all the big earnings. Guggenheim's upgrading Microsoft, really bullish note. 586 price target, buy from neutral. Guggenheim believing that Microsoft, in addition to some of the other hyperscalers, will be a beneficiary from what they're calling artificial intelligence casualties. And they also say that Microsoft has a near monopoly in the productivity suite market with its Office product, and will continue to monetize AI offerings tied to that product suite. They also say that they believe Windows is well positioned to outperform consensus estimates over the near to medium term, representing the company's second monopoly. Other analysts, 72 of 73 that I saw are in the buy camp with one lone hold. Consensus price target close to 630, just shy of that mark, so certainly implying quite a bit of upside. And if you were to look at the last 2 years of earnings, from my understanding, it's beaten earnings every single time, but 4 of the times it's actually lower the next day. And 4 of the last 5 earnings reports actually have seen Microsoft lower 1 month later as well. So it's not as easy of just being a really strong company and fundamentally strong and the stock price goes higher. There's more that goes into this.
Yes, certainly. We've seen that play out in some of the earnings we've already gotten. A lot of it tied to guidance, tied to CapEx spend numbers. So will be a very closely watched report that we'll, of course, be covering here on Schwab Network. But Alex, thank you for being with us. Alex Coffey, the co-host of Next Gen Investing and our senior equities contributor. Now I want to move on to get some insights on news that's shaping the market more generally, a more macro conversation. For that, we'll welcome in Ed Siddell, the CEO and Chief Investment Advisor at EGSI Financial. Ed, thank you for being with us. We're in day 27 of this government shutdown, but the market still seems to be incredibly resilient. We're talking about all-time highs again today. What do you think is driving this investor confidence that we're seeing?
Well, thanks for having me back.
Trump, baby.
Honestly, it's a couple things. I think the expectation of the Fed's lowering rates, not just this week, but once again in December, positive trade talks. So there's a lot of good news.
Trade talks,
honestly,
that's right.
The markets are resilient. There's anticipation of good GDP numbers coming through as well. So
She's still in denial.
Hold of the positivity in the market.
Marley.
And how much of the current strength that you're seeing is being driven
I give her a hard
by this
time.
expectation for 2 more rate cuts?
Honestly, I think it's pretty high. It's expected.
She's like that employee that comes in and tries to take over.
Just the same thing. If we get some
new to
negative
this.
outcomes as it relates to the trade talks this week, the market's going to pull back. We could see as much of a pullback as 5, maybe 7%, even as high as 10. And we've been expecting a pullback and some profit taking anyways, especially tomorrow with some of the other earnings reports coming out. But no matter what, at the end of the year, we're expecting a pretty good size rally.
A pretty good size rally. So as far as those cuts go, assuming that things go as expected or as the Fed Watch tool is sort of anticipating they go, how big do you expect these cuts to be, both at the meeting we have starting tomorrow and then also the December meeting?
Well, we expect them to be only 25 basis points each time. So honestly, we think it should be about 50 basis points this week, but really we're going to see a total of 50 basis points this year. We're going to see continued rate reductions going into next year as well. And honestly, that's...
It can't be 80 degrees in here.
Well, I've had it in my hands.
Had it what?
I had it. I was trying to set it, so I had it in my hands.
You're hot-blooded, huh?
It may take a little while.
Yeah.
It's got a stupid program.
That something concrete comes out of this meeting in terms of both market sentiment and also consumer sentiment.
I think it's really important, with Bissent's, the initial outcome so far before Trump and Xi actually meet, it's positive. So it looks like we're going to have a positive outcome. TikTok negotiations, that looks positive as well. So, but if it's not as positive as people are thinking, or it goes 180 degrees, I think it's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the markets.
So if it does pull that 180 and has the detrimental effect, what sectors do you think are most at risk?
I think it's going to be uniformed across the board. To be honest with you, everything except for gold. Then we'll see, gold kind of possibly hit a new high. But again, at the end of the year, this is what we're seeing. Investors, the markets, they're resilient. They don't like bad news. They don't like anything that's unexpected. But eventually, they're going to get over it, and we have enough time through the end of the year to see a little bit of a rally and have it come back to the norms.
Yeah, we've certainly seen the market do a good job of getting over things quickly, doing a lot of shrugging off of certain news and headlines that we're getting. As far as tech and AI, I feel like we've shrugged a lot of.
I have one contract. 6860s. Call me, everyone. We got to hold that 63 or we drop big. This is a triple bottom right here off of it too. So this is... It's got to hold here. Slash ES is at a support too. It's kind of choppy here. Call me everything it has to break the 50 SMA. We tried it once here. We're above the 21 and we have a triple bottom right here. So this is the signal that it's got to move up. Might have to clean this platform up.
Yes, sir. I've got a P-Tech I need some assistance on. You're on speakerphone. Okay. It is a... You ready? It is a DHP 153A35AA. And when it's got a Honeywell Home stat on it. And when I click it to heat pump, it just blows cold. You said it's a DHP. What brand is that? Goodman. But I can click it on emergency heat before I'm warm. Here's the other concern. It's got a wall mount stat on it. Which since I know that it's working on heat, they had it where it would work all the time on the control panel, but they want to use the wall thermostat. So I set the dip switches to use the wall thermostat. And I can hear the compressor come on. But on the little board, it doesn't. I should have between common and the orange wire or the four-way, they're calling it, there's no volts. Headset so I can talk to you. How about that? I'll be right back, sir.
Alright.
Yeah, you don't have an outdoor. I was like, my truck's right there.
Okay, we got a triple top break. I'm still in my contract. Boom! Boom shakalaka. You still in them, call me? Just don't call me darling, darling. They're at $3.80. They're up $100. Don't call me darling, darling. Just call me by my name.
On the thermostat. And it said W doesn't, you don't use W on heat pump models. Because the W goes to the heat terminal on the board for the emergency heat. I got correct. Correct. Okay. So it should energize on B then, correct? Let me get back into this thing. iOS, so select. B. So I need to go to, let me do this real quick while I'm on the phone with you. 260, 1 is B. Okay, so it's save and exit. Exit. Close. Go to heat. Save. And it just switched to her. Let's see what it does. What does it show you on dip switches for heat pump mode? S1 is on. I think this one. I just don't understand on there, it says high left and high low right. I don't understand that for heat pump only. Cause it's a board dip switch, S1 is 1 or 0. So that means S1 should be off, correct? S1 should be off. Okay.
S3 should be on 2. Yeah. So S3 should be 2. Right? S3 is 2. One uses P-TAC, other wall stats 0. It's confusing. Because on the dip switches, it's like 4. That's 10 and 11. Didn't even give me that. Because these are configurations by panel control optional. That's through the panel. Follow? Okay, the fan came on.
Did you get tired of grading me, Magnificent?
I don't know what we did, but it's 4 on 1 now. He's working. Yeah, it's working though. I guess we have that, and then we turn that one S1 we put 4. Yep, so S1 down, because on the page before it, S1 is electric heat only, electric heat and heat pump off. So I had that wrong. And then S9. See S9, it shows off.
What happened to that grading pen?
Use P-TAC or other wall thermostats. Okay, yeah, we're right. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good to go then. Hey, thanks for your help, buddy. See you. All right. See you, bye. You wanted 78 in here?
Nah, 72.
Okay.
All right, you got her?
I think so.
Did you learn anything?
No. The guy I was talking to, he's like, I don't understand. I'm like, I don't understand either. So
Yeah.
well, I think there was a dip switch that was wrong, which there was a couple opportunities with that, and then I think this was wrong too. So.
Yeah.
All right, you're
All
good
right.
to go, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Did a good job.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
Not I call somebody for sure.
That's right. Help. I got heat. $5.30. SPX double top. About done with lunch. And then we're going to go over the watch list for earnings. Got Sophie, I think, coming up. I'm being casual today. I ain't really pushing my limits because it's kind of a slow market. But everything I'm hearing is a wait and see for the earnings this week. Wait and see for China. Had the air conditioner guy in here for a good hour and a half. The heater guy. They installed a new heater in here last year, and it worked. Let me see. Yeah, it worked all last winter. And then there, something happened. Oh, thermostat went out. So they had to put a new thermostat in it. And it wasn't in sync with the heater itself. So he got the air running, but not the heat. He didn't know that until I had to start needing the heat. Okay, well, I got my dinner in. Forgot about my ukulele. I need to take it in. Where is that? Oops. There it is. Jimmy gets an A+. So, let's go over the earnings watch list. I think I got the ones I want to watch, then I might see a couple others. We just finished James in the Bible. James 1, chapter 1, verse 12. Blessed is the man who endures temptation. And that has to do with trading. For when he has been approved, he will receive a crown of life, which the Lord has promised for those who love him. Does everybody love me? Magnificent, do you love me? Livid Goose, do you love me? Chris, do you love me? Most of the time. That's a bad answer. Sheba loves me. Bug loves me. Angel definitely loves me. She told me so. She said if she didn't have a man, she would love me. 100%. That's because I'm witty, handsome, smart, clean, brave, reverent, trustworthy, loyal. Let me see. I am clean, brave, trustworthy, loyal. I can't remember the Boy Scout honor now. I used to know it. I haven't done it in a long time. Narcissistic. Woo! Oh boy. That's what she said.
Narcissistic Jim, with his ego and his wit, doesn't give a damn what you
Think of him one bit.
The market takes a dip, SPX Jimmy will buy. Bitchin' at Molly Carolyn, still the apple of his eye.
Burp it up, Jim. Burp.
Let it roar, let it roar. Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care what you think. He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks.
Woo!
Candles on his screen bounce like titties in the night. Burps get so loud the neighbors say
That boy ain't right.
Bull or bear, calls or puts, doesn't matter one bit. Jimmy's face can't wait for Nancy to come and sit. Fart for a dip, ass making noise. Burp for a rip, cheers from his boys. Jimmy is grinding away on his washboard toy. Burp it up, Jim. Jim, let it fly, let it roar, let it roar. Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care
What you think?
He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Lots of fun he had, his ego's ablaze. Burps and farts collide, the room is so amazing. Narcissistic Jim, the legend, the king, playing his old washboard till that closing bell rings. Narcissistic Jim. Narcissistic Jim. Narcissistic Jim.
Whoa! And on with the earnings watch list. There's a couple others I need to probably add on here. We got Whirlpool tonight after close. We had Dr. Pepper this morning. So I think that's it for Tuesday, just Whirlpool. And then Monday morning, we got United Healthcare. We got PayPal. Tuesday morning, we got UPS. We got JetBlue. We got Sophie. And that's all I see right there. Royal Caribbean. That ought to be a good one, if it's not up already. Then after hours, Visa, Bloom Energy, Not much on Wednesday night. Cake Factory, CAKE. And then Wednesday morning we have Verizon, Boeing. Do I got Boeing on here? How'd I miss Boeing? Boeing ought to be good. We'll look at Boeing. I'm going to look at Boeing because I haven't looked at that one. Boeing. Caterpillar. That's probably too high. We got Kraft and Heinz, Phillips 66, GE Healthcare, which I don't care much about. Meta. Wednesday evening. That's going to be a big one. Microsoft. Another big one. And they're already priced in. Google. Now that'd probably be the one that will bounce. And Meta. And we got Starbucks. Now, this is my feeling about Starbucks. You know how I feel about Starbucks. The CEO sucks. No matter what the fat cats on Wall Street tell you. Now, they think it's turning around. He never has identified the issue, the main issue, and that's wokeism. But now that Biden's not in office no more, I need to kind of get over that. I mean, they had Black Lives Matter t-shirts and everything. They were just all stupid. So Starbucks, we have to kind of take serious now, even if I don't want to. Carvana is another good one. Wednesday evening is going to be a real good day. ServiceNow and eBay. But Starbucks, this will probably be its chance for it to break out. That's what I'm thinking. Because it's one of them kind of trades where if they say one good thing about it, that's all they need. We got SMCI. I missed that one there on tomorrow morning. So that might be another good one, along with Sophie. So tomorrow morning might be a good morning. We got some good ones on there. Caribbean. That'll keep the market bullish. Is Sophie already overbought? Yeah. But can it run? Yeah. Long term, it's a great stock at $7.75. And we got Carvana Wednesday evening. And then Thursday morning, we got a good one, couple good ones. Three. Eli Lilly, Thursday morning. MasterCard, Merck, Comcast, you know, it kind of has a bad reputation. Roblox. And then Thursday after hours, we got a big day. Big day. We got Amazon, Apple. First Solar is iffy. Coinbase. Roku. Twilio, or whatever you want to call it. Rocket. RCK. That might be one to watch. If they cut rates, that should bounce. They've kept these rates too damn high for too long. This ain't the Carter years. Powell thinks that we're living back during the Carter years. If anybody's old enough to remember what it was like back then, we definitely had a recession. we had a recession and the interest rates were this high. We don't have one now, and they shouldn't be this high. That's my opinion. Although Joe Biden spent $14 trillion that didn't need to be spent in 4 years. Then Friday, before the bell, nothing after the bell. We got ABBV, ABEV, and ExxonMobil, Chevron, energy plays. So it's really a good week. I'm surprised I forgot about Boeing. And when was Boeing again? I mean, that really kind of, how'd that sneak by me? Where's that? I didn't write the day on here. Where the fuck are you? Boeing. 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 Where is it? Now I know I saw it on here. Okay. Boeing. Wednesday morning. I might just do a video on Boeing. Wednesday morning. Oh yeah. I called this down here at 209, and now look at it. Double bottom snake, breakout, pullback, higher low, boom to a head and shoulders. Yeah, it's a priced in. Man, it's warm in here now. We got the sucker at 75 degrees. Turn on the air. Oh shit. What have I done? Sound cool. Okay, well, Boeing kind of. I wish it wasn't up here. We got a head and shoulders. It could run up here. We got, if you want to call that wick. Boeing on Wednesday. Oh, damn, look at SPX. SPX is breaking resistance. We got a code blue. SPX is breaking resistance. /ES new high. Yeah. SPX just broke resistance. It's now at $5.80. It got a little bit warm in here. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let it be. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to talk about SPX trade. I think I've got it figured out. So there's all kinds of stuff going on here. For one, this is Darvis box. Come on, you idiot. So actually, I don't know how I called that inverse head and shoulders, but I did. How'd I do that? I should have looked at it once more before I erased it. I mean, that's a perfect trend line. Right? No, there's the head and shoulders here. We came down and touched it, touched it, touched it, touched it, touched it, touched it. But that's really not it. I mean, that's pretty anal. That is a head and shoulders, but it's anal. And this is one, and it'd be anal. Because it's really not, so I'm just going to go with an ascending triangle. I call it a head and shoulders. Go back and look at the chart. For I'm Washboardjim, I don't get fooled that often. Well, that's what I had. Head and shoulders. That's exactly what I had on the chart. Came down and touched the right shoulder, right shoulder, right shoulder, and there's a little bitty head off the orb. What the fuck did I just do there? Now that's strange. How'd I do? I was able to take this picture and watch this. Wow, I didn't know I could do that. So I took this, let's just say, I'll leave this one on here. So I just went ahead and highlighted this, and I pulled that over here. Now I got two of them. So I'll enlarge that. I'll slip it over here. Wow, I didn't know I could do that. And it's got a whole new page. Anybody know you could do that? I just keep doing it over and over and over again. Huh. Okay. Somebody in this room, oh yeah, you idiot, I can do that. Everybody knows that. Boeing on Wednesday. Okay. So, we've got a straight trend line with higher lows. Then you got a resistance line. So you take this here and just do a price line all the way across it. This is called a Darvas box. And it's also called an ascending triangle. So I'll go to the price window. And I'll draw a price line all the way across, straight across from the top of the body of that candle. To find a resistance. So we touched it, and we came down and we called this triple bottom. I called this right shoulder off this shoulder line, got in the trade right there off the 63. This is the 63 EMA. So when it came back down and retested, I jumped in the trade. And then it ran up a little bit and it pulled back down. Then it ran up a little bit and it pulled back down again. And I was asked, Jim, are you still in the trade? And I said, yes. Then it came back up and we created what you call, and then I drew this line right here. From the body of that candle to the body of that candle. Well, that didn't work. Go to the body. And go to the body of this next candle right here. And we broke out of that. And then this resistance line, that's a symmetrical flag. We didn't develop the ascending triangle yet. So we had the triple bottom right here, and I called that out. And then once we broke the triple bottom, it broke it and it came back and retested that resistance line from that candle to that candle right there. And it stayed above it, so that keeps me bullish in the trade. And then by the end of the day, we have what you call higher lows and straight across resistance, which makes it a ascending triangle, which is bullish. So it came back and retested the 50 and the 63. The 63 showed respect down here, right here, and right here, and right here. And it showed it again right here. So now we broke out of the triangle and we're pulling back to hit the 63 again. And it is now 12:20 Eastern time. So the market's been real slow. I think it's waiting for earnings. It's waiting for Trump saying that him and Xi have some kind of arrangement, which they've already settled, already talked about it once before. Now China says it'll go all the way with this tariff battle. Trump just wants to make it fair. Whatever you do me, we'll do you the same. And then a couple other things got in the way, the Russian oil and the minerals. So now we're hitting the 63. So I think that is a big catalyst for this market to break out again to all-time highs. Well, we got some major earnings this week. And the earnings have been completely excellent all throughout the whole Trump administration, when all we've heard about is tariffs and inflation and blah, blah, blah. The market's running up on lack of information because of the government shutdown, which I don't think it really matters in a way. Never has, and this is just proof that you don't need it. Because I don't believe in government numbers, just like General Motors. We bailed them out with our tax money. I think we all should get a free car. Instead of jacking the prices up, give us a discount because we saved your damn business. Instead, union employees got a big fat raise and we didn't get jack. Well, I could drop this a notch. If we get ready to break this resistance, that or buy 2 contracts here at 440. The 6860s. Ascending triangles bullish. So we had inverse head and shoulders, right shoulder, second time, boom, triple bottom off the 63 and off the shoulder line, boom, pull back to the 63 and the 50 again, boom, new highs, and that formed an ascending triangle. So that's all bullish. And we're getting ready to squeeze again. Would I jump in the trade here? I don't think so. I'd have to break a new high. Or buy it back at the shoulder line. Google got earnings this week on Google. Now it's in the quantum space. Watch, here we go, new high. I think Google had a triple bottom this morning. One 2 bits and freebie. I'd have took that. Came back and retested the 200. I would have took that. I would have got out up here at the double top. And then bought the dip at the 63 with a triple bottom. Okay, their air conditioner's off now, and we're at 72 degrees. Now I'm gonna sit with it. Let me see if I can put it back to heater. Okay, I think I figured it out. Thermostat's different than it was. We got a falling wedge on the IWM. IWM and a falling wedge. From Washboardjim. I am the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being with Marley Healy. I mean Marley, whatever her name is. Marley. Marley, did I ever tell you were the pumpkin of my eye? And I tell everybody at the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy how much I admire you. It's your keen wit, and your beautiful looks, and your big tits. Boom. I got a falling wedge. Pumpkin of my eye. Tesla. I've been informed to talk about Tesla. Google new high. We've just now hit my resistance levels. Oh yeah. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. Oh. Tesla's in my resistance channel. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to pay attention to my resistance channel on Tesla. Ladies, gentlemen, and transsexuals. Is there anybody in the room that's in the closet, Randy? Woo! I'm on a roll today. Randy's probably on a smoke break. Didn't get to hear that. I'm about ready for an Elvis song. I haven't sung my favorite one here in days. Oh, the prison guy's on, and Mr. Hickey.
Beginning of this, you know, you would have characterized it as zombie-like or dead. What is it now about it that you like? What kind of earnings score, especially when given the underperformance that stock has had year to date?
Yeah, I like the underperformance of the stock. I think that Wall Street is still sleeping on this company a little bit. It gives us the opportunity to make, you know, risk-defined bullish bets to the upside on these earnings events, because I think that the story that they can tell with agentic commerce, with, you know, integration with MasterCard, with the success they're having with the younger generation of Venmo is a pretty compelling story that, as Wall Street kind of wraps their head around it, can put a bid behind the company. So we're positive, we're bullish going into this report, and it's one of those situations where, you know, if I were going to trade this event, I might go ahead and say, look, if I get stuck with some shares because Wall Street sells this off 5 or 6%, I don't mind that. I like this company enough long term that I can have that sort of conviction paired with the short-term earnings style trade. So
PayPal, you
I like
suck.
Bullish, whether you're short-term or long-term, however you want to structure that trade, I think could be a really nice play here.
Okay. Our conversation there for today. That is Andy Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, with a look across PayPal, especially as it compares to peers in the fintech space. All right, let's get Tom White back in here into this conversation because I know Tom will have thoughts on PayPal, especially going to its earnings. We've kicked around a lot of expectations for earnings this week. Tom, your take before you guys get to the example trade.
Yeah, I think it's all about transactions, right? That's 90% of their revenue, and that's going to be key. And then buy now, pay later. Q2 revenue grew 20% in that segment of their business, so they're making inroads there. So those might be two catalysts to the upside. But Kevin, the stock is down 16% so far this year, so the bar is low. To Andy's point here, option market's pricing in about a plus or minus $6.30 move. How do you want to look at this one from an example trade?
Yeah, and you know, I just want to add something. When I was talking to Andy, asking him about who their competition was, that's because I don't know about you guys, but every time I use Venmo, I get 5 emails offering me a Venmo debit card. So I think they're trying to compete with Visa and MasterCard in that space. I don't know if they are yet, but they're trying to do that. So Tom, what I did, I want to be bullish. I'm not as bullish as Andy and Likefolio, although maybe it'll turn out that I should be. But I want to do something lightly bullish. And so what I looked at is the expected move of about $6.30. Tom, I just looked at the 76 call calendar, only 1 week wide, just like you did earlier, buying the November 7th, selling this week October 31st. So we're buying an implied vol around 72, selling about 107, Tom. And that means you can buy the 76 call calendar for 25 cents. So that really allows very little capital outlay with a chance. You know, the max profit on this is up over $250, Tom. So this is not a, you know, this is one that can make you multiples if you're right if you hold it to Friday. Some things have to happen before that, but this is a very inexpensive way to play PayPal on the upside, Tom.
Yeah, let's break this one down. Just 1 week wide bullish call calendar, and you place the strike. In Kevin's example, use the 76 strike on this one. You place the strike where you think the stock is going over the next maybe 4 days on this one, because your short option in the October 31st weeklies expires in 4 days. But let's break it down. You're selling that October 31st weekly 76 call, buying the November 7th weekly that expires in 11 days. That same 76 strike call. Really inexpensive exposure to the upside. You're paying roughly about a 25-cent debit. Might be trading 30 cents right now, but the debit you pay is going to be your risk. So you're risking 25 bucks here. Now, you want it to go at or near 76, right? But at the same time, you've probably got levels of about 71 on the downside, maybe 81 on the upside, 82 on the upside, where you can still be profitable on this. So you can see here from the risk profile, yeah, 76 is ideal for the most profitability on a trade like this, but you've still got a decent range for this stock to trade in. And as I mentioned, the option market's pricing in about a plus or minus $6 move. If you want to move that to the 77 strike or even the 78 strike, depends on how bullish you are. Or if you're not bullish on this type of trade or on this type of name, you think it's going to go down, you can do a put calendar to the downside, maybe about that 1 standard deviation. So it's about the strategy, and Kevin kind of laid that out here, where you're buying that lower implied volatility in the November 7th weekly options, selling the really elevated implied volatility in the near-term options. That's what contracts the price of this spread, but it does give you upside exposure, Diane, for only 25 bucks per spread on this one. But the things you don't want to happen, you don't want the stock to go lower, you don't want a 2 or 3 standard deviation move to the upside, because it'll blow right through their potential profitability. Anything above about the 81 level, you'll start losing money.
Okay, good perspective on, and especially bringing the caveats on that example trade. Thanks, guys. Good stuff there. Coming up, we've got the breakdown. We're taking a look at Corning. That's been a big outperformer year to date. It's a key Apple supplier. It reports tomorrow morning. We'll be right back.
Doom, da doom, da doom.
Connected to the markets, the Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere on your device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim.
Still going sideways, God.
Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
So AMD.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Before we get to the breakdown, let me give you a check on where markets stand as we get closer to the bottom of the hour. Still on track for closing records after hitting intraday records today. The S&P 500 rallying about 1% right now, well above 6,800. If we finish there, we'll mark the first close above 6,800 ever, so another milestone level. Dow rallying right now, 0.5%. NASDAQ 100 better by 1.5%, also on track for a closing record. Russell 2000 fading a little bit up, a little bit more than 0.1%. Corning is on our radar, set to report quarterly results on Tuesday. The question is, will the glass continue to shine? Wall Street expecting EPS to come in at 66 cents a share on an adjusted basis. Revenue is projected to total $4.21 billion. Now, keep in mind, Corning is a major Apple supplier. It announced back in August that it was making a $2.5 billion investment in a Kentucky plant to manufacture glass for those iPhones that just about everybody carries and Apple Watches. Time now for the breakdown. For that, we want to welcome in George Sillis, senior markets correspondent, who is taking a look at Corning heading into its earnings. You don't think about it. I mean, you think about Corning as kind of like, you know, a sleepy company, but it's like, I mean, the glass right here or on our Apple Watches. What's your take on this one, George?
Yeah, I think traditionally we always think about the glass on LCD screens, whether it's automotive applications, smartwatches, of course, phones and tablets. But nonetheless, if you look at Corning, they're actually a specialized materials companies, and their optical glass, which is used in communications and networking, has really been the catalyst as of the last year, with the stock higher by about 90%. But they also have other businesses. They provide their glass solutions for life sciences businesses, in other words, healthcare industries, but also for filtration systems that are used for water filtration as well as HVAC filtration. So they're pretty ubiquitous, but I think the catalyst has really been the optical glass for networking solutions, because we know that as part of the data center communications build out, the optical networking needs for
Elon could leave Tesla if $1 trillion pay plan is rejected. Imagine $1 trillion. Woo! That'd really fire up the liberals. Pay him. Tell him you'll give him $500 billion, and then in 5 years you'll give him $500 billion more. See if he accepts it. George. What the fudge?
Success. Denholm added Musk's role was vital as Tesla looks to become a global leader in AI and autonomous driving technology. The proposed package would grant Musk 12 tranches of stock options tied to ambitious targets. It includes a market capitalization of $8.5 trillion and milestones in autonomous driving and robotics. Denholm's letter portrays the package as necessary to align Musk's incentives with shareholder value and long-term growth. Tesla's board has faced repeated criticism for not acting in shareholders' best interests. It's also been under scrutiny for years over its close relationship with Musk. A Delaware court struck down his 2018 pay deal earlier this year. It found it was improperly
Triple top.
awarded and negotiated by directors who were not fully independent.
Wayne, what's the deal here? This platform's acting up again. It's like froze on me again. God. Come on. It's froze on me again. Okay. I'm trying to tell it. I might sit down for a second.